Hi there. Welcome back to Pillow Post. Tonight, we are going to a stone inn in the English Cotswolds in 1348, on an evening when a thunderstorm rolls over the limestone hills, and every traveler within walking distance ends up at the same hearth. 20,000 sheep were sold at the autumn fairs in this town. Flemish merchants came from Bruges to buy the wool. Pilgrims passed through on their way to Canterbury. And on one particular evening, a handful of strangers found themselves sheltering together while the sky cracked open overhead. You are going to sit by that fire tonight. You are going to eat a bowl of stew that has been simmering since morning and drink ale brewed by the innkeeper's wife from malted barley. You are going to listen to a cloth merchant describe the looms of Flanders, and hear a pilgrim tell you about the road to Canterbury, and watch a stonemason trace the geometry of an arch on the table with his finger. You are going to listen to stories told by firelight while thunder shakes the walls and rain drums on the stone roof. And by the end of the evening, the storm will have passed and the fire will have burned low, and the room will be warm and quiet and dark. And I just think that is a lovely thing to know. If you enjoy falling asleep to stories like this, please subscribe. And if you have a moment, leave a comment and tell me where you are listening from tonight and what time it is where you are. I love knowing that. Now, dim the lights if you have not already. Settle into your pillow. Find the position where nothing is pressing and nothing needs adjusting. Let the rest of it go quiet. You are standing on a muddy road in the English countryside as the first heavy drops of rain begin to fall. The sky has gone dark and low over the limestone hills, and somewhere to the west, a long roll of thunder moves through the valley and reaches you as a sound you feel in your chest before you hear it with your ears. Ahead of you, at the place where the old Roman road crosses 3 other ancient paths, there is a stone building with a heavy oak door and warm light spilling from its windows into the gray evening air. A painted sign swings in the rising wind. The smell of wood smoke reaches you from a long way off, carried on the damp air, and beneath it, something rich and savory that has been simmering over a fire for a very long time. You push the door open and step inside, and the warmth closes around you like a heavy blanket, and the sound of the rain becomes something muffled and distant and safe. The stone walls glow amber in the firelight. A great oak beam runs the length of the low ceiling, blackened by decades of smoke. And beneath it, a fire is burning in a hearth wide enough for 3 men to stand inside. You were walking along the high ridge of the Fosse Way, and the old Roman stones felt solid beneath the layer of autumn mud, while the wind began to pull at the heavy wool of your traveling cloak. The sky had turned the color of weathered iron, and the clouds hung low over the rolling wolds, where the sheep were huddling together against the dry limestone walls for some small shelter from the coming storm. You're feeling the steady rhythm of your boots on the ancient road, and the weight of the wool samples in your pack reminds you of the busy fare that awaits you in the morning light. The first low roll of thunder moved through the valley like a heavy wagon crossing a wooden bridge, and the sound seemed to vibrate in your bones as you adjusted the straps of your pack. The wind whistled through the hawthorn hedges, and the last of the yellow leaves skittered across the stones like small birds searching for a place to rest before the rain began to fall. The rain began as a fine silver mist that clung to the fibers of your woolen hood, and the scent of damp earth rose from the fields where the harvest had recently been gathered. The Cotswold hills stretched out in every direction, and the pale limestone walls marked the boundaries of the land like a giant map laid out under the darkening sky and the coming evening. You're noticing the way the light catches the wet surface of the stones, and the gray world seems to glow with a soft inner radiance that guides your steps toward the town on the hill. The town of Stow on the Wold was coming into view, and the church tower of St. Edward rose above the mist, while the narrow stone alleys began to flicker with the first evening candles. The rain intensified, and the droplets drummed against your leather hat, and the sound was a steady rhythm that matched the beating of your heart as you hurried toward the promise of shelter. The Fosse Way was straight and true, and it led you directly to the junction of the ancient roads, where the market square was beginning to empty of its weary travelers and merchants. You turned into a narrow shearer's alley where the walls were so close that you could touch the rough limestone with both hands, and the wind was momentarily silenced by the heavy buildings. The inn appeared at the end of the alley, and it was a low stone building with a heavy oak door where a warm amber light spilled from the doorway and onto the wet cobbles. You're standing before the threshold, and the smell of wood smoke and roasting meat drifts out to meet you, and the sound of laughter and voices carries softly through the rainy evening air. The sign of the hearthside swayed in the wind, and the iron hinges creaked with a rhythmic sound that felt like a welcome as you reached out to grasp the cold metal handle of the door. The rain was now a heavy curtain that blurred the edges of the world, and the thunder rolled once more with a deep and resonance that shook the very foundation of the stone town. You pushed the heavy door open, and the warmth of the central hearth hit your face like a physical touch, and the room was filled with the golden glow of tallow candles and firelight. The floor was strewn with fresh green rushes, and the scent of meadowsweet and herbs rose up to meet you as you stepped inside and closed the door against the cold autumn night. You're standing in the entrance, and the transition from the wet and windy road to the stillness of the inn is a relief that moves through your body like a slow wave of peace. The smoke from the fire rose steadily toward the louvered vent in the roof, and the timber beams were blackened by decades of warmth and stories that had been shared within these walls. Marjorie, the innkeeper's wife, was standing by the ale casks, and she looked up with a knowing smile that seemed to understand exactly how far you had traveled through the darkening storm. Her apron was clean and white, and she moved with a quiet efficiency that spoke of many years tending to the needs of wayfarers and merchants who sought refuge on the edge of the wold. Willem, the Flemish merchant, sat on a bench near the fire, and his fine cloth clothes were a contrast to the rough wool of the locals who gathered around the flickering flames. He was holding a cup of malty ale, and the light of the fire reflected in the dark liquid while he watched the sparks fly upward into the smoky air above the central hearth. Brother Thomas sat quietly in the corner, and his Augustinian robes were dusty from his long pilgrimage, and his eyes were bright with the shared warmth of the gathering company. You're finding a place to set down your heavy pack, and the weight of the day seems to lift from your shoulders as you find a seat on a low wooden bench near the fire. The stonemason named Hal was leaning against a pillar, and his hands were dusted with the pale powder of the Cotswold limestone that he used to build the church on the hill. He looked at you with a nod of recognition, and the shared understanding of honest work, and the need for a dry place to rest while the storm raged outside the thick stone walls. Elspeth, the young daughter of the innkeeper, was tending to the fire, and she moved the logs with a long iron poker that sent a shower of golden sparks into the quiet room. The fire popped and crackled, and the sound was a comfort that filled the spaces between the words of the travelers who were beginning to settle into the rhythm of the evening. Agnes, the traveling herbalist, sat by the window where the oiled linen panes rattled in the wind, and she was sorting through a bundle of dried plants that smelled of sun and earth. She looked at the shuttered window where the lightning flashed through the small gaps, and she whispered a quiet word that seemed to acknowledge the power of the natural world outside. You're holding a cup of the house-brewed ale, and the taste is malty and sweet, and the warmth of the liquid spreads through your chest and down to your tired feet on the floor. The storm was a distant presence now, and the sound of the rain on the roof was a soothing texture that made the interior of the inn feel even more secure and deeply permanent. The relationship between the shelter and the story was beginning to weave itself into the air, and the fire was the center of a world that existed only for those within its light. Marjorie poured another round of ale, and the sound of the liquid hitting the wooden mugs was a rhythmic music that underscored the growing sense of community and shared memory. The limestone walls held the heat of the fire, and the room felt as though it were breathing with the slow and steady pulse of the people who sat together in the golden amber glow. You're watching the shadows dance on the blackened beams, and the history of the inn seems to whisper from the corners where the tallow candles burn with a steady and quiet flame. The journey on the Fosse Way was a memory of wind and rain, and the reality of the hearth was the only thing that mattered as the evening deepened into a night of quiet peace. The sheep on the hills were forgotten, and the mud on your boots was drying in the warmth of the fire while you waited for the first story of the night to begin its gentle unfolding. And it still is a place of refuge for those who seek the warmth of a fire and the company of others when the world outside is cold and the path ahead is hidden by the storm. The silence of the inn was a heavy and comfortable blanket that settled over the company, and the only sound was the steady breathing of the fire and the distant murmur of the rain. You're leaning back against the rough wood of the bench, and the texture of the grain is a reminder of the trees that once grew in the valleys and now provide the warmth for your rest. The night was long, and the autumn fair would wait for the morning light. And for now, there was only the fire and the ale, and the quiet presence of the people gathered at the hearth. The golden light flickered on the faces of the merchant, and the friar, and the mason, and the herbalist, and the common thread of the journey was drawn into a shared silence. You're closing your eyes for a moment, and the orange glow of the fire remains behind your eyelids as a promise that the darkness will always be held at bay by the light of the hearth. The rain continued its steady rhythm, and the wind sighed through the louvered vent, and the world of the inn was a complete and perfect circle of warmth in the heart of the Cotswold hills. You lean your weight against the heavy oak door and feel the ancient would give way as the latch clicks, and the cold wind rushes past your shoulders into the room. The sudden wall of heat meets your wet wool cloak, and the air smells of applewood smoke and simmering stew, while the golden light of the hearth fills your vision. The honey-colored Cotswold limestone walls glow with an amber light, and the shadows of the timber beams dance across the rush-strewn floor, while the fire crackles in the center. A central open hearth burns brightly with split oak logs, and the blue smoke rises in a steady column toward the blackened louver in the high roof where the wind sighs. Marjorie, the innkeeper's wife, stands near the flames with a heavy wooden spoon in her hand while she stirs the perpetual stew, and the steam rises to meet the smoke. Her daughter Elspeth kneels on the flagstones and feeds a handful of dried kindling into the heart of the fire, while the golden light reflects in her wide and steady eyes. You're standing there at the threshold, and the weight of the journey begins to fall away as the warmth of the room sinks deep into your tired and aching bones. The scent of tallow candles mingles with the smell of wet wool, and the low murmur of voices from the travelers already gathered around the circle of the hearth fire. A large, brindled dog sleeps with its head on its paws near the warmth of the stones, while the light flickers over its fur, and the room remains perfectly still. The single window is shuttered tight against the storm, and the oiled linen panes hum with the vibration of the thunder as it rolls across the high and lonely wold. You're unbuckling your wet cloak, and the heavy fabric slides from your shoulders as the heat of the fire begins to dry the wool with a soft and rising steam. Marjorie looks up from her stew with a knowing smile, and her face is a map of stories told by this hearth, while she reaches for a clean ceramic bowl for you. The amber glow of the fire catches the edge of a pewter tankard and travels along the grain of the trestle table, where the Flemish merchant sits with his hands wrapped around his ale. You're watching the light move from the merchant's hands to the rough wool of his sleeve, and then upward to the dark and heavy beams that have held this roof for centuries. Brother Thomas leans back against a carved wooden settle, and his eyes are closed as the warmth of the room lulls him into a state of quiet and peaceful contemplation. Agnes, the herbalist, is sorting through a bundle of dried lavender, and the scent of the flowers rises to meet the smell of the rain and the wood smoke in the air. You're moving closer to the fire now, and the heat is a physical presence that wraps around you as the sound of the storm becomes a distant and fading memory of the road. The floor is thick with fresh green rushes that release a faint and grassy scent as you walk across the flagstones and find a place to sit among the others. Elspeth brings a small wooden stool for you, and the movement of her hands is graceful and sure as she adjusts the placement of the logs to keep the fire high. The perpetual stew bubbles in the iron cauldron, and the liquid is rich and dark with the flavors of slow-cooked roots and seasoned meat that has simmered for many days. You're holding your hands out to the flames, and the orange light shines through the skin of your fingers, while the blood begins to move more freely through your cold limbs. The Flemish merchant Willem nods to you with a slow and steady gesture, and his eyes are kind as he shares the warmth of the hearth with another weary traveler. Hal, the young stonemason, has a coating of fine white dust on his hands, and he brushes it away while he watches the fire with the focus of a skilled craftsman. The wood of the settles is dark and polished by the touch of countless hands, and the grain of the oak is a record of the many seasons spent within these walls. You're breathing in the heavy air, and the weight of the wool trade, and the fare at Stowe begins to seem less urgent as the fire becomes your only focus. Marjorie pours a measure of the malty ale into a ceramic mug, and the foam is thick and creamy as she carries it over to you with a gentle and steady hand. The cup is warm from the heat of the room, and the taste of the ale is sweet and earthy as it settles in your throat and warms you from the inside. You're listening to the low crackle of the oak logs, and the sound is a language of its own that speaks of shelter and safety and the simple grace of the hearth. The smoke spirals upward in the dim light, and the patterns it makes are as complex and beautiful as the hills that roll away into the darkness outside the door. Let's go slowly through this evening and allow the warmth to reach every corner of the mind as the storm remains on the other side of the heavy oak door. The dog shifts in its sleep and sighs with a deep and contented sound that echoes the feeling of the room as the travelers settle into their shared and quiet space. You're noticing the way the light catches the silver hair of the friar and the deep lines of his face as he contemplates the journey that brought him here today. The smell of the stew is stronger now as Marjorie lifts the lid, and the steam billows out in a white cloud that smells of onions and thyme and savory herbs. The limestone walls absorb the heat of the fire and release it slowly back into the room so that the air remains still and heavy with a deep and ancient comfort. You're watching a single tallow candle as it burns in its iron holder, and the flame is a steady point of light that refuses to flicker in the sheltered air. The shadows of the travelers are cast large against the walls, and they move with the rhythm of the fire as the stories of the day begin to find their voice. The room is a sanctuary of golden light, and the darkness of the world outside is a distant thing that cannot touch the peace of the hearthside at the inn. You're closing your eyes and feeling the rhythm of the rain as it becomes a background hum for the quiet conversations and the soft movements of the people inside. The heat of the fire is a blessing that you accept with a grateful heart, and the tension in your mind begins to dissolve like salt in the evening air. Every timber and every stone and every rush on the floor is a part of the story that we are telling together as the fire burns low and steady. Marjorie steps forward from the shadows with a small smile and reaches out to take your heavy wool cloak while the water still drips from the hem onto the rushes. She carries the sodden garment toward the fire and hangs it on a wooden peg where the heat will find the fibers and turn the dampness into a rising mist. You're feeling the weight of the day lift from your shoulders as the cold wool is replaced by the radiating heat of the central hearth which fills the room. You find a place on the rough-hewn bench where the wood is smooth from generations of travelers, and you feel the solid strength of the timber beneath you as you sit. The bench is wide and scarred with the marks of many knives and many hands, and it feels like a sturdy anchor in the middle of the raging autumn storm. A heavy clay bowl is pressed into your cold hands, and the warmth of the ceramic seeps through your palms, while the steam from the mutton stew rises in white plumes. The scent of slow-cooked onions and earthy thyme fills the small space around you, as the rich broth swirls with the essence of bay leaves and tender autumn vegetables. You're watching the steam curl and vanish into the rafters above, while the heat of the bowl begins to thaw the deep chill that has settled in your bones. The stew is thick and nourishing, and the mutton has been simmering since the early morning hours until the meat is ready to fall apart at the touch of a spoon. You reach for a piece of the dark bread, which has been torn by hand, and you feel the coarse texture of the grain before dipping it into the savory stew. The crust is thick and chewy, while the center is soft enough to soak up the juices, and every bite brings a sense of groundedness and simple physical relief. You're tasting the sweetness of the root vegetables and the salt of the broth, while the world outside the stone walls becomes a distant and unimportant memory for now. Marjorie sets a wooden tankard of her house-brewed ale beside you, and the liquid is still slightly warm from the brewing vat where the malt and yeast have mingled. The ale is sweet and cloudy and carries the flavor of the summer barley, while it coats your throat with a gentle heat that matches the glow of the hearth. It is a drink made for long evenings and cold rain, and you feel the malt working its way through your senses as you take a slow and mindful sip. Across the room, the firelight catches the fine wool of Willem's tunic as he sits by the shuttered window and watches the rain lash against the oiled linen panes. He is a man who knows the value of a good roof and a steady fire, and he nods to you with a quiet respect that needs no words to be understood. Brother Thomas rests his hand on his leather satchel while he murmurs a quiet prayer, and the flickering light dances across the weathered lines of his face in the shadows. Agnes sits in the far corner where the herbs in her basket release a faint scent of dried lavender, and Hal the young mason leans his head against the stone. They are all drawn to the light, and the heat like moths to a candle, and there is a shared understanding that we are all safe together within these thick walls. You're resting your feet on the warm flagstones and listening to the soft murmur of voices which blend with the crackling of the wood and the distant roll of thunder. Young Elspeth stands by the woodpile with her eyes wide and observant while she tracks the movement of every guest and waits for the next log to be needed. She moves with a quiet grace that comes from knowing every corner of this inn, and she seems to understand the needs of the fire better than anyone else here. The man who built this in 2 generations ago chose this exact spot because he knew that travelers would always need a place where the roads meet the hills. He quarried the pale limestone from the ridge behind the village and carried each block down the slope to form these walls which have held the warmth ever since. He laid the stones of the hearth with his own hands, and he ensured that the foundation was deep enough to withstand the heaviest storms and the longest winters of the Cotswolds. You're watching the way the stones of the hearth have turned a deep amber color from the heat, and you're feeling the legacy of that work in the warmth on your shins. The fire is the heart of the room, and it beats with a steady rhythm of popping sap and glowing coals, while the shadows dance across the blackened timber beams above. The smoke rises in a straight line toward the louvered vent in the roof, and it carries away the worries of the road and the dampness of the autumn afternoon. You're listening to the rhythm of the rain as it taps against the roof, and you're realizing that the storm is only a backdrop for the peace that you have found. Every swallow of the warm ale and every bite of the rich stew is a small celebration of the fact that you are here, and you are dry, and you are safe. The world outside is vast and wet and cold and dark, and yet here in the circle of the firelight, everything is exactly as it should be for a wayfarer. The limestone walls of the inn have been weathered by centuries of smoke and candle soot, and they seem to hold the warmth of the fire within their pale stones. You're noticing the small marks carved into the stone around the hearth, where generations of travelers have traced circles and crosses to keep the shadows at bay during the long nights. The overlapping circles on the stone are called daisy wheels, and they were carved by a mason who wanted to ensure that the hearth remained a place of protection. You're tracing the lines of the carvings with your eyes, and you're seeing how the candlelight catches the shallow grooves and makes the ancient symbols seem to move and shift slightly. The heavy oak beams overhead are stained a deep and glossy black from the rising smoke of the central fire, and they look like the ancient ribs of a great ship. The smoke has polished the oak until it shines like dark glass, and the texture of the wood is smooth and cool to the touch as you feel the grain. Each beam was once a living tree in the forest of witchwood, and they were brought here by ox carts to build the frame of this house many generations ago. As you shift your weight on the bench, the dried rushes on the floor release a faint scent of the summer meadows where they were harvested and brought to town. Beneath the fresh green rushes are layers of older straw and sand that have been packed down by the feet of countless wayfarers who have sought shelter in this room. The scent of the floor is a mixture of dried earth and mint and meadowsweet, and it grounds you in the physical reality of the inn and the land tonight. Iron hooks hang from the crossbeam above the fire, where the heavy bronze pots simmer and bubble with the evening meal, and the steam mixes with the scent of wood. The blacksmith in the village forged the iron hooks, and the heavy fire dogs that hold the logs, and the metal is black and pitted from years of heat. A large iron kettle sits on the edge of the hearth, and the water inside is beginning to sing a low and steady song as the heat of the fire rises. Lightning flashes through the thin gaps in the heavy oak shutters and illuminates the oiled linen panes for a brief moment before the room returns to its warm glow. You can hear the rain running down the stone walls outside, and the sound is like 1,000 small fingers tapping on the limestone to ask for entrance into the warmth. The oiled linen in the window frames is stretched tight, and it glows with a soft and pearly light when the lightning strikes the hills and the valleys of the Cotswolds. The first real crack of the storm rolls across the hills and vibrates through the stone floor beneath your feet while the travelers around the fire sit very still. You're feeling the way the room seems to pull inward during the thunder, and the light of the fire dances on the faces of Marjorie and the merchants who are here. Marjorie points with a steady hand to a small mark carved into the beam above the heavy door, where a wool merchant from the south once left his sign of passage. There are dozens of these marks etched into the timber and stone of the inn, and each one is a quiet record of someone who found shelter here during a storm. Stow on the Wold is a place where 20,000 sheep are sold in the market square, and the narrow stone alleys called shewers are designed to funnel the flocks through the town. The market square in Stow is wide and open, and the stone houses that line the edges are built with the same golden limestone that makes the town seem to glow. The chewers are so narrow that 2 men can barely walk abreast, and they were built this way to keep the sheep together as they were driven toward the pens. The ancient Roman road of the Fosse Way crosses through the heart of the village and brings travelers from every corner of the land to seek rest in the market. The Fosse Way is a straight line that cuts across the landscape, and it has been a path for soldiers and merchants and pilgrims for more than 1,000 years. You're thinking about how this inn exists only because these roads meet here and provide a place where the stories of the world can be shared while the rain falls. The open hearth in the center of the room is the oldest technology of hospitality, and it draws every person into its light and makes them part of a community. You look up through the rising ribbons of wood smoke to the louvered vent in the roof where the gray clouds are visible, and the sound of the rain is most clear. The room has become a warm and contained world where the boundaries of the storm are marked by the thickness of the limestone walls and the strength of the oak. You're settling deeper into the wooden bench and feeling the heat of the fire on your skin and the weight of the day beginning to lift from your shoulders now. Marjorie begins to speak of the old ways of the hills and the stories that are told when the moon is hidden by the clouds and the thunder shakes the valley. Agnes, the herbalist, watches the fire and rubs a sprig of dried lavender between her fingers, and the scent of the herb drifts through the air to meet the smoke. The young stonemason named Hal rests his hands on his knees, and you can see the white dust of the Cotswolds stone still clinging to the creases of his tunic. Brother Thomas leans his staff against the wall and closes his eyes, while the rhythm of the storm provides a natural tempo for the quiet thoughts of the evening hours. Willem, the merchant from Bruges, listens to the sound of the rain and thinks of the sea and the long journey that brought him to this high place in the hills. You're part of this circle of travelers, and the firelight is a common language that speaks of safety and rest, and the promise of a dry bed when the night ends. The wood in the hearth pops and crackles as the sap is released, and the small sparks drift upward toward the vent like tiny stars moving through the dark. The thunder is moving further away now, and the sound is a low and steady rumble that suggests the heart of the storm has passed over the high town. The stillness that follows the heavy rain is profound, and the only sound remaining is the gentle hiss of the fire and the quiet breathing of the people in the inn. You're closing your eyes for a moment and allowing the warmth and the stories of the hearth to fill your mind while the world outside remains wet and dark. Marjorie is ladling second helpings of the thick stew into the wooden bowls, while the steam rises in white plumes that catch the golden light from the central hearth. You're watching the ladle move from the iron pot to your bowl, and the smell of slow-cooked mutton and garden leeks fills the small space between the heavy timber beams. The wooden spoon is warm in your hand as you taste the rich broth, which has been simmering for days with onions and wild herbs from the autumn hills. Willem the merchant leans forward to accept his bowl, and the firelight dances across his face while he murmurs a soft word of thanks to the busy mistress of the house. The dark bread is passed around in a wicker basket, and each person takes a thick slice, which is still slightly warm from the oven at the back of the kitchen. The bread is broken into smaller pieces and dipped into the stew, while the salt and the grain provide a satisfying texture that grounds the meal in this room. The ale is poured from a large stoneware jug, and the foam is thick and creamy as it settles on the surface of the dark and malty liquid in your cup. Marjorie moves around the circle with a quiet efficiency, and she ensures that every cup is full and every bowl is steaming while the rain continues to fall outside. The fire sends a sudden shower of sparks upward through the center of the room, and they drift toward the louvered vent in the roof where the smoke escapes. Young Elspeth uses a long iron poker to move the logs, and the sound of the wood shifting is a series of low thuds and sharp cracks that punctuate the room. You're feeling the heat from the hearth on your skin, and the warmth is spreading from your hands to your shoulders as the cold dampness of the road begins to fade. Brother Thomas speaks of the road from Canterbury, and his voice is low and melodic as he describes the way the autumn colors have transformed the valley below the town. The herbalist Agnes watches the fire with a steady gaze, and she holds her cup with both hands, as if she is drawing the very essence of the hearth into her body. She mentions the way the elderberries are heavy on the branches this year, and her words are like a gentle song that weaves through the sound of the rain and wind. How the stonemason listens to the talk of the roads and the fair while his hands rest on his knees, and the calluses on his palms are visible in the firelight. The wool fair at Stowe is mentioned, and the conversation shifts naturally to the price of fleeces and the quality of the spinning in the villages around the town of Cirencester. Willem explains the way the cloth is woven in Bruges, and his hands move in small circles to illustrate the process, while the others listen with a quiet and respectful interest. The storm outside seems to grow louder for a moment, and the thunder rolls across the sky with a deep and heavy resonance that makes the flagstone floor vibrate under your feet. The shutters rattle in their frames, and the oiled linen windows glow with a faint and flickering light whenever the lightning flashes behind the thick clouds over the high wolds. You're sitting closer to the fire now, and the circle of companions feels smaller and more intimate as the weather demands that everyone seek the same shelter and the same warmth. Marjorie sets the empty stew pot aside, and she sits on a low stool by the fire while the orange glow illuminates the lines of wisdom and labor on her kind face. The maltiness of the ale lingers on your tongue, and the sweetness of the grain is a comforting reminder of the harvest and the work that sustains the life of the village. The logs on the fire have settled into a bed of glowing coals, and the light is softer and more steady than it was when the fresh wood was first added. You're watching the way the shadows dance on the limestone walls, and the patterns are like shifting maps of a country that only exists in the flickering light of the hearth. The sound of the rain has changed to a steady and monotonous tapping, which suggests that the intensity of the storm is slowly beginning to wane in the deep night air. Brother Thomas leans his head back against the timber post, and he closes his eyes for a moment as he listens to the quiet breathing of the room and the storm. The smell of the tallow candles is faint and waxy, and it mingles with the scent of the drying rushes on the floor and the lingering aroma of the mutton and herbs. Agnes reaches into her small pouch and pulls out a sprig of dried lavender, which she tosses onto the fire, so that a thin trail of sweet smoke rises into the air. The scent of the lavender is wonderful, and the floral notes are a welcome contrast to the earthy smells of the inn and the wet world outside the thick stone walls. The conversation has slowed to a few whispered words, and the shared silence is comfortable and heavy with the peace that comes after a long day of travel on the road. The wind still murmurs in the eaves of the roof, and the sound is like a distant sea that is rising and falling with the rhythm of the turning world and time. Marjorie looks at the faces around her hearth, and she offers a small and knowing smile that suggests she has seen this scene play out 1,000 times in this old inn. You're feeling a sense of deep belonging in this temporary circle of strangers, and the stories that have been shared are like threads that bind everyone together for a single night. The last of the ale is sipped from the wooden cups, and the liquid is cool and refreshing as it washes away the final traces of the savory stew and the bread. The room is filled with a soft and golden light that seems to push back the darkness of the corners and the uncertainty of the storm that is raging in the world. Everything in the inn is solid and ancient, and the limestone walls have held this warmth for centuries, while the people come and go like the shadows on the stone floor. You're letting your chin rest on your chest, and the heaviness of sleep is beginning to pull at your eyelids as the fire continues to glow with a steady and calming heat. The quiet in the room is a physical presence that wraps around you like a heavy woolen blanket, and it protects you from the rain and the wind of the high wolds. The storm is a memory now, and the only thing that remains is the peace of the hearth and the gentle company of the travelers who share this small and sacred space. Willem's voice carries the weight of the sea and the rhythm of the tides as he describes the long journey from the coast of Flanders to these high hills. You're watching the way his hands move in the firelight and noticing how they are stained with the colors of his trade, while he tells us of the great ships. He describes the tall and narrow houses of Bruges, which stand like sentinels along the winding canals where the water is dark, and reflects the ancient stones of the city. The cloth halls are vast and silent in the early morning, and the merchants gather there to speak of gold and silver and the fine white wool of the Cotswolds. In every street of his city, you can hear the steady clack of the wooden looms, and the sound is like the heartbeat of the land, which never seems to rest. You're closing your eyes for a moment and imagining that distant sound of weaving, and it blends perfectly with the soft drumming of the rain against the shuttered window. Willem explains how the weavers in his guild can tell the quality of a fleece by the way it catches the light, or how it feels against the skin. The wool from these hills is famous across the sea, and they call it the Golden Fleece because it is strong and soft and takes the dyes so very well. He tells us of a woman who worked in the guild, and she was known for her incredible touch, which allowed her to sort the finest fibers in the dim light. She would take a single thread of wool and roll it between her thumb and finger, and she knew exactly which loom it was meant for before she even looked. Willem traveled through the green fields of Kent and rode past the great cathedrals where the bells were ringing for the evening prayer, and the air smelled of wet earth. You're adjusting your position on the wooden bench and feeling the heavy wool of your own cloak, and it feels thick and honest and full of the spirit of hills. The merchant's voice is low and steady, and it fills the small room with the resonance of a man who has spent many years listening to the wind and waves. You're watching how the light from the central hearth glints off the polished leather of his boots, and you feel the weight of his long journey in every word. The Wayfarer's Inn is a safe harbor tonight, and the heavy limestone walls keep the storm at bay, while the merchant tells us of the great cloth hall. He speaks of a building so tall that its spire touches the clouds and the bells within it ring out to tell the merchants when the markets are open. The market square is a forest of masts and colorful banners where men from every corner of the world come to buy the wool that grows on these quiet hills. The water in the canals is still and deep, and it carries the barges laden with heavy bales of wool and barrels of wine from the southern lands away. You're resting your head back and listening to the melodic cadence of his Flemish tongue, and it sounds like the rhythmic motion of a boat on a calm sea. Willem describes the weaver's quarter, where the smell of boiling dyes and fresh wool fills the narrow alleys, and the sound of 1,000 shuttles creates a constant hum. The weavers work in rooms with high timber ceilings, and they use their hands to create tapestries that tell stories of ancient kings and the wonders of the natural world. Every thread is placed with care, and every color is chosen to reflect the beauty of the world and the skill of the people who live in that city. He tells us that the wool from the Cotswolds is known as the lion wool because it is so strong and possesses a natural luster that looks like gold. You're thinking of the sheep you saw grazing on the slopes earlier today, and how their fleeces must have felt damp and heavy in the sudden autumn rain of evening. The merchant reaches into his pack and pulls out a small sample of finished cloth, which is as blue as the summer sky and as soft as a cloud. He passes it around the circle, and the herbalist Agnes touches it with her weathered fingers, and her eyes widen as she feels the incredible quality of the weave. You're leaning forward to see the cloth, and the firelight makes the blue dye seem to glow with an inner light that is both deep and very calming to watch. Willem speaks of the dye which comes from a plant called woad, and it takes many days of careful work to achieve such a rich and lasting color for cloth. The woman he knew in the guild was named Marie, and she had spent 40 years working with the wool until her hands became as sensitive as a musician. She could distinguish between the wool of a young lamb and that of an older sheep simply by the way the fibers felt when they were wet with rain. Marie would sit by her window in the late afternoon and sort the fleeces into piles based on their length and their strength and how they held the light. She would talk to the wool as if it were a living thing, and she believed that every fleece had a story to tell about the hills where it grew. You're imagining Marie in her small room in Bruges, and you feel a strange connection to her through the wool that connects these hills to that faraway city. The fire pops, and a shower of orange sparks rises toward the roof, and the smoke curls gracefully around the blackened beams of the old wayfarers into night. Willem rode his horse through the muddy lanes of the Midlands, and he saw the shepherds tending their flocks in the mist and the low light of morning. He stayed in small villages where the people were kind and shared their bread, and he listened to their songs, which were as old as the stones themselves. The road was long, and the weather was often cold and wet, and the memory of those days makes the comfort of this hearth feel like a blessing. You're closing your eyes and feeling the warmth of the ale in your belly, and the steady rhythm of Willem's voice is pulling you deeper into peace. He speaks of the great stone cathedrals, where the stained glass windows tell the history of the world, and the silence inside is as deep as the mountain valleys. The world is a vast and mysterious place, and yet we are all connected by the things we make and the stories we share around a fire in dark. The cloth merchant has a way of describing the world that makes everything seem significant and beautiful, and his words are like a gentle hand resting on your shoulder. He tells of the ships that cross the narrow sea, and how the sailors watch the stars to find their way through the darkness and the foam of waves. The wind in the rigging sounds like a giant harp, and the scent of salt and spray is always present as the wooden hull cuts through the green water. You're breathing slowly and deeply, and the sound of your own breath is matching the steady pace of the merchant's story as it unfolds in the firelit room. The herbalist Agnes leans back and closes her eyes, and she seems to be traveling with Willem as he describes the sights and sounds of the road to Stowe. Willem says that the best part of any journey is the moment when you see the lights of an inn, and you know that you have found rest. He looks around the room and smiles at Marjorie, and the firelight reflects in his eyes and makes them look like small and bright embers in the dim light. The ale is sweet and thick, and it tastes of the barley that grows in the fields around the town, and it brings a sense of groundedness to spirit. You're holding the wooden cup in both hands and feeling the grain of the wood and the heat of the fire, which is penetrating deep into your bones. The storm outside is reaching a new peak, and the thunder rolls across the wolds like the sound of heavy wheels moving over a stone bridge in distance. Willem pauses for a moment, and we all listen to the rain as it lashes against the walls, and the sound is both wild and very soothing to hear. The merchant tells us that in Bruges, they have a saying that a storm is just the earth breathing deeply, and we should all take comfort in its strength. He describes how the water from the rain will fill the wells and nourish the grass, so that the sheep can grow their fine fleeces for next year. Everything is a cycle of growth and rest, and we are currently in the time of rest where the fire and the story are our most important companions. The weaver Marie always said that the quiet moments of the day were the ones where the most important work was done in the silence of the heart. She would sit at her loom for hours, and the rhythm of the shuttle was like a prayer that she offered up to the world for its beauty. You're finding yourself drifting on the sea of her patience, and the image of her hands moving back and forth is very calming and steady in your mind. Willem's accent softens as he talks about his family, who are waiting for him in the brick house by the canal, and he hopes to bring them gifts. He will bring them a small carved box from the market in Cirencester, and a piece of lace that he found in a shop near the church. Every object he carries has a story, and every story is a thread that connects him to the people he loves and the places he has seen. You're resting your head against the wall, and the coolness of the limestone is a pleasant contrast to the warmth of the fire, which is still burning brightly. The room is filled with the scent of burning wood and the faint aroma of the tallow candles, which have burned down to small and glowing pools. The stonemason Hal is carving a small piece of wood with a sharp knife, and the sound of the blade is rhythmic and quiet in the space. Willem says that the work of the hand is the work of the soul, and he believes that we are all craftsmen in our own way as we live. The merchant tells one last story about a night he spent in a monastery in the mountains, where the monks sang in the dark and sounded like light. The music rose and fell like the wind in the trees, and it made him feel as though he were part of something much larger and more ancient. You're feeling that same sense of connection now as you sit with these strangers and realize that you are all part of the same long and winding story. Willem falls silent, and he leans back into the shadows, and the only sound that remains is the crackling of the fire and the gentle breathing of room. The fire is a steady and comforting heart in the center of the inn, and its light reaches out to touch every corner with a golden glow. You're letting your eyes close now, and the darkness behind your lids is warm and inviting and full of the peaceful images of the cloth merchant's journey. The world outside is vast, and the storm is powerful. And yet, you are here in this small and sacred space where the fire is warm and company is kind. The rain continues its soft drumming on the roof, and the sound is like a lullaby that is being sung just for you as you drift toward sleep. You're safe, and you're warm, and the story of the wool and the weaver is a soft blanket that covers you as you sink into the quiet. The shadows on the wall are moving slowly, and they seem to be telling their own silent stories about the generations of travelers who have rested here before. Willem's presence is a quiet strength in the room, and his journey has brought a piece of the wide world into this small and cozy space tonight. The cloth he passed around is still resting on the bench, and it catches a stray flicker of light and shines with a deep and beautiful blue color. You're feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the fire, and the roof, and the stories that make the long road seem shorter and the dark nights warmer. The journey to the autumn fair in Stowe is a path of discovery, and you are finding that the most important things are the ones we find within. The night is long, and the sleep will be deep, and the dreams will be filled with the sound of looms and the sight of northern skies. You're letting go of the day and embracing the peace of the hearth as the fire continues to glow with a steady and calming heat in the dark. Willem leans forward, and the firelight catches the gold rings on his fingers, while he speaks of the long road that the wool follows from these hills to the sea. He describes how the heavy fleeces are packed into great sacks and loaded onto the backs of sturdy horses that move in long lines across the rolling green downs. You're watching the smoke rise toward the roof vent and thinking about the thousands of sheep that have walked these same narrow paths through the many centuries of the trade. The raw wool smells of the high pastures and the rain and the lanolin, while the merchants run their fingers through the thick fibers to check for the proper length. This grease is the mark of a healthy flock, and it protects the wool from the damp as it travels in the heavy canvas bags across the English countryside. You're feeling the warmth of the ale in your hands and listening as Willem explains how the white gold of the Cotswolds is more precious than any coin in the kingdom. The wool travels from the high pastures down to the market square, in Stowe, where the Italian merchants wait with their silver, and their talk of distant southern cities. These men have come from Venice and Florence to buy the finest wool in the world, and they know the value of the white gold that grows on the Cotswold hills. The wealth of the world flows through this small town on the edge of the wold, and the connections reach across the mountains and the seas to the great trading houses. From the market, the wool is carried on the backs of pack horses toward the coast, while the rain falls on the oiled cloths that protect the cargo from the damp. The horses move in a slow and steady rhythm through the marshlands and the deep forests, where the sound of their bells warns the travelers of their approach in the fog. You're imagining the long line of animals moving through the landscape, and the way the road connects the quiet villages to the busy ports of the southern coast. The horses reach the busy docks of the south, and the great sacks are swung into the holds of ships that will carry them across the narrow gray waters. The wooden cogs creak in the harbor, and the scent of salt spray mixes with the smell of the wool, while the sailors prepare for the crossing to the northern ports. These ships have high sides and deep bellies that can hold hundreds of sacks, and they move across the channel with the steady power of the wind in their sails. Willem tells of the bustling docks in Bruges where the ships arrive, and the wool is unloaded onto the stone quays under the watchful eyes of the city guards. The city of Bruges is a place of canals and stone bridges, and the sound of the water is a constant companion to the merchants who walk the narrow streets. You're resting your head against the cool stone wall and listening to the steady rain, while you imagine the busy docks and the many languages spoken in the markets. The wool moves from the docks to the houses of the weavers, where the rhythm of the looms creates a constant music that fills the air from dawn until dusk. The weavers work in tall houses with large windows that let in the northern light, and they use heavy wooden combs to prepare the fibers for the spinning wheels. The sound of the shuttle moving back and forth across the loom is like the sound of the wind in the trees, and it creates a sense of peace in the busy city. They turn the raw wool into the softest scarlet cloth that will eventually find its way to the great courts, where the nobles wear it as a sign of their status. Some of the wool is dyed in deep blues and rich greens before it is woven into the tapestries that hang on the stone walls of the castles across the continent. These tapestries tell stories of great battles and quiet gardens, and they bring the beauty of the English hills into the halls of the kings and the queens. You're closing your eyes for a moment and seeing the vibrant colors of the finished cloth, while the firelight in the inn creates its own patterns on the limestone walls. The finished cloth is packed into heavy wooden chests and loaded back onto the ships for the return journey across the sea, while the merchants dream of the profits. Much of this fine fabric returns to England and finds its way into the homes of the woolmen who built the great churches and the market crosses in these towns. The wealth of the wool trade is written into the very stone of the buildings in Stowe, and the golden limestone glows with a warm light even on the grayest days. You can see the prosperity in the high arches of the Church of St. Edward, and the intricate carvings on the market cross where the merchants gather to talk. The stone was paid for by the sheep and the labor of the men who move the wool, and it stands as a testament to the success of the trade in this place. The great wool churches are large and light, and they have many windows that let in the sun while the people gather to give thanks for the blessings of the season. Every pillar and every arch was crafted by the stonemasons like young Hal, who work with the local limestone to create something that will last for many centuries. You're letting your thoughts drift toward the quiet beauty of the stone and the way it holds the history of the town in its warm and solid embrace. Willem speaks of a shepherd who brings 20,000 sheep to the fair each year and drives them through the narrow alleys that the locals call the shures. These narrow gaps between the stone buildings are designed to funnel the sheep into the market square so that they can be counted as they pass through. The walls of the shures are worn smooth by the passage of countless animals over the years, and the stone holds the memory of the many flocks that have passed. The sound of 80,000 hooves on the flagstones is like the sound of a rushing river, and the bleating of the sheep fills the air with an ancient music. The shepherd stands at the end of the alley and watches as the sea of white wool flows past him while he marks the number of each flock on a stick. The shepherd uses a unique way of counting the sheep where he groups them in scores and makes a notch on his hazel staff for every 20 that pass. The rhythm of the counting becomes a kind of chant that the shepherd repeats to himself, while the white wool flows like a living stream through the stone gates. You're imagining the shepherd standing in the shadows and the way the light catches the moving wool as the animals emerge into the wide market square. The sheep move through the narrow spaces, and the pressure of the flock carries them forward while the dogs move along the edges to keep the line moving. It is a scene that has been repeated every autumn for as long as anyone can remember, and it is the heartbeat of the town during the days of the fair. You're feeling a sense of deep connection to the rhythms of the land, and the way the seasons dictate the movement of the people and the animals in this place. The fire crackles, and a log shifts in the hearth, while the smoke carries the scent of the hills into the rafters, and the storm continues its work outside. Willem settles back into his seat, and the room grows quiet while the weight of the day begins to fall away, and the peace of the inn settles over you. The story of the wool is a story of connection, and you are part of that long thread as you sit here by the fire and listen to the rain. You're closing your eyes and feeling the comfort of the blankets, while the light of the hearth fades into a soft and golden glow in the center of the room. The journey is pausing here in the warmth of the inn, and the road ahead will wait until the morning, while the darkness of the night provides a space for rest. The voice of the merchant from Bruges begins to soften as he finishes the tale of the great looms and the busy markets where the Cotswold wool is turned into gold. You're watching the way the firelight catches the moisture on the rim of your ale cup, and noticing how the light seems to hold the history of the room. Willem leans back into the shadows of the bench, while the sound of the rain becomes the only voice in the room, and the fire crackles in its bed of white ash. He knows that a traveler must carry more than just samples of cloth across the sea, and his stories are a kind of coin that pays for his place by the fire. Every inn along the wool road has heard these same stories, and the walls of the house seem to absorb the words until the stone itself is heavy with shared memories. The ale is malty and sweet on your tongue, and you feel the warmth of the drink spreading through your chest as the storm continues to hammer against the oiled linen windows. You're shifting your weight on the wooden bench and feeling the texture of the grain against your palms, while the smell of the dry rushes rises from the flagstone floor. The smoke from the open hearth rises in a slow and steady column toward the roof, and circles the timber beams which have been blackened by decades of tallow and wood fire. Elspeth moves quietly around the edge of the circle to tend the flames, and the light of the fire glints on her hair as she adds a fresh log to the pile. The new wood catches and sends a spray of small sparks upward, which dance like tiny stars before they vanish into the dark and smoky spaces of the high ceiling. You're resting your head against the limestone wall and noticing how the ancient stone remains cool and solid while the heat of the fire pushes back the autumn chill. Agnes, the herbalist, watches the embers with a steady gaze, and she holds a small bundle of dried lavender which she turns slowly between her fingers to release the scent. The floral perfume mixes with the smell of the wood smoke and the damp wool of the traveling cloaks, and creates a sense of safety within the sturdy walls of the inn. Willem reaches for his cup and takes a slow sip of the house-brewed ale while his eyes wander over the faces of the group, and he sees his own stories reflected there. He has traded in many cities and seen many wonders, and he finds the most value in the quiet moments where the storm and the fire bring people together in peace. Brother Thomas remains still in his corner, and his hand rests on the weathered leather of his satchel, where the records of his long journey are tucked safely away. He has listened to the merchant with a patient smile, and he understands that the act of telling a story is a way to make sense of the long and lonely road. You're closing your eyes for a moment and listening to the rhythmic drumming of the rain, which sounds like 1,000 small hammers working on the roof above your head. The storm provides a structure for the evening and its distance, and its strength make the interior of the inn feel like a vessel floating on a dark and wild sea. Hal the stonemason leans forward to adjust his boots, and the movement of his heavy clothes makes a soft and familiar sound in the quiet of the deepening night. He has spent his day working on the church of St. Edward, and his hands are rough with the dust of the limestone, and he finds rest in the simple heat of the fire. The room is a collection of different worlds which have all come together for this one night, and the fire draws these worlds out into the shared space of the hearth. Marjorie moves among the guests with a pitcher of fresh ale, and the sound of the liquid pouring into the wooden cups is a steady and comforting melody in the room. You're feeling the weight of the day beginning to lift from your shoulders as the conversation flows around you like a slow and gentle river moving through a quiet valley. The flickering light of the candles on the table creates a landscape of gold and shadow, which shifts and changes as the flames dance in the drafts from the door. The sense of time begins to stretch and blur as the evening deepens and the world outside the inn seems to fade into a distant and unimportant memory of wind and rain. Willem has finished his task, and he sits in a comfortable silence, which is just as valuable as the words he spoke earlier when the fire was bright and new. Every person in the circle has a reason for their journey and a story to tell, and the fire and the storm have created a universal condition where words are no longer needed. You're breathing in the cool air that seeps through the gaps in the door, and feeling the contrast between the wildness of the autumn night and the peace of the hearth. The Cotswold hills are dark and wet under the sky, and here in the heart of the inn the light is constant, and the company is warm, and the ale is enough. The journey of the merchant is written in the stories he tells, and the journey of the monk is found in the silence he keeps while the fire burns low in the hearth. You're watching the way the shadows of the beams stretch across the ceiling, and noticing how the darkness seems to hold a promise of rest and a deep and dreamless sleep. The inn is a place of transit and a place of memory, where the road and the hearth meet for a few hours before the morning sun calls the travelers back to the way. The malty scent of the ale and the sharp smell of the wood smoke are the markers of this night, and they will remain with you as you drift further into the dark. Everything in the room is settling into a state of quiet, and the steady rhythm of the rain provides a heartbeat for the house as the evening fades into the night. The fire is steady now, and the glow of the embers is a deep and pulsing red, which reminds you of the warmth that remains even when the flames have gone. You're letting your thoughts wander like the smoke from the hearth, and noticing how they rise and vanish into the quiet spaces of the room where the shadows are deep. The world of the wool trade and the busy fair at Stowe will be there in the morning. And for now, there is only the rain and the fire and the comfort of the inn. Stay with me here in the warmth of the room and listen as the voices of the guests soften into a gentle murmur, which sounds like the wind in the trees outside. The night is long and the storm is patient, and the inn is a sturdy shield against the cold and the dark which waits beyond the thick limestone walls of the house. You're feeling the peace of the hearthside and the safety of the circle, while the flickering light of the candles begins to dim, and the room becomes a place of shadows. The story of the merchant and the silence of the monk are part of the same thread, which connects all travelers who find themselves gathered by a fire in the middle of a storm. You're allowing the sound of the rain to guide you toward a deeper state of rest, while the warmth of the ale and the heat of the fire continue to hold you. The room is a vessel for collected stories, and each one adds a layer of meaning to the stone walls and the blackened beams which have seen so many nights like this one. The journey is pausing here, and the road is waiting, and the only thing that matters is the comfort of the hearth and the sound of the storm moving through the autumn air. Brother Thomas begins to speak, and his voice is a quiet murmur that weaves through the sound of the rain and the crackle of the fire in the center of the room. You're watching the way the firelight plays on his hands as he rests them on his knees, and he tells us of the road that leads away from the abbey. The room is filled with the scent of wood smoke and the malty aroma of the ale, while the shadows on the limestone walls dance in the flickering light of the candles. You're feeling the weight of the day falling away as the old man describes the morning. He walked out from the monastery gates in Gloucester to begin his long journey toward the sea. The air was cool, and the mist was clinging to the river Severn, while the first light of the sun began to turn the cathedral towers into pillars of pale and shining gold. He carried a staff of solid oak and a small pack of bread and cheese as he followed the path through the meadows where the dew was heavy on the grass. The road climbed slowly into the hills, and the world began to open up before him, and he could see the patchwork of fields and the dark lines of the ancient forests. He tells us of the silence that settled over the land, and how the only sound was the rhythmic tapping of his staff on the hard and stony ground of the path. There were small stone bridges that arched over the clear streams, and the water bubbled softly as it moved over the mossy rocks, and the silver fish darted in the deep shadows. You're imagining the cool water flowing over the pebbles while the reeds swayed in the breeze, and the smell of the damp earth was fresh and sweet in the morning air. The hedgerows were thick with the new growth of the spring, and the birds were busy building their nests while they sang their songs from the branches of the hawthorn and the willow. He remembers the bright yellow of the primroses and the blue of the violets that grew in the shade, and how they seemed to glow in the soft and filtered light of April. The company of pilgrims grew as the days passed, and he remembers a knight's wife who rode a small white palfrey, and she was followed by 2 slender and elegant greyhounds. The dogs had coats as smooth as silk, and they would run ahead through the tall grass and then wait for the group to catch up while they panted in the warm sun. He speaks of a young stonemason named Hal who was traveling to find work on the great churches, and a merchant from Bruges who spoke of the fine wool and the markets. You're listening to the rhythm of his story, and it feels as if you're walking beside them through the fields of clover and the forests where the shadows are deep and cool. The midday rests were a time for quiet reflection, and they would sit by the side of the road and watch the insects humming in the wildflowers, and the clouds moving slowly. The world felt large and full of possibilities, and the journey was a way to leave the worries of the past behind and move toward a place of hope and of peace. The wayside crosses were carved with the faces of the saints, and they stood at the crossroads to guide the travelers and to offer a place for a moment of quiet prayer. The stone was worn smooth by the hands of the thousands of pilgrims who had passed that way before, and it felt warm and solid under the touch of his old fingers. He tells us of the small stone chapels that were tucked away in the valleys where the air was always cool, and the scent of beeswax and old incense was always lingering. You're feeling the stillness of those sacred places, and the way the light from the small windows would fall in patches of color on the rough and dusty floor of the nave. The hospitality of the monasteries was a gift for the weary, and they would find a welcome at the gates where a monk would offer a wooden bowl of cool and clear water. The guest houses were simple and clean, and the straw on the floor was fresh, and it smelled of the summer fields and the open sky while the moon rose high over the hills. The monks would bring out a thick pottage of leeks and beans and slices of brown bread that was still warm from the oven, and they would all eat in the silence. The simple meal was enough to sustain them for the next day of walking, and they felt the gratitude for the shelter and the kindness of the strangers they encountered on the road. The nights were spent in the quiet dormitories, where the only sound was the breathing of the other pilgrims and the occasional rustle of the straw as someone turned in their sleep. You're drifting into the rhythm of the breathing and the feeling of safety that comes from being under a solid roof while the world outside is dark and still and vast. Sometimes the rain would fall in a soft and steady drizzle, and they would pull their hoods low and continue walking through the mist while the earth turned into soft and dark mud. The sound of the rain was a gentle tapping on the wool of their cloaks, and it felt like a cleansing thing that washed away the dust and the heat of the long journey. They moved through the rolling hills of Kent, where the orchards were in bloom, and the white petals of the cherry trees were falling like snow on the green and fertile ground. The air was sweet with the scent of the blossoms, and the birds were singing in the branches as the group drew closer to the end of their long and holy walk. He remembers the moment they saw the towers of Canterbury rising from the valley, and how the sun caught the gold of the crosses and the silver of the leaded roofs in the light. The sight was enough to make them forget their aching feet and their tired limbs, and they walked the final miles with a new and joyful energy in their slow and steady steps. The cathedral was a forest of stone, and the silver shrine of the martyr was surrounded by hundreds of candles that flickered like stars in the vast and silent space of the nave. You're imagining the light reflecting on the polished silver and the jewels, and the way the smell of the lilies and the rosewater filled the air during the evening prayer of the monks. The choir sang the hymns of the evening service, and the voices rose up into the high arches of the roof, and it felt as if the whole world was singing with them. The sound was a wave of peace that washed over them, and they stayed there for a long time while the shadows grew deep, and the light of the sun faded away. The return journey was a time of quiet joy, and the road back to Gloucester was a path through a world that felt more beautiful and more kind than it had before. Every person they met was a part of the story, and every meal they shared was a blessing. And every night they spent under a roof was a moment of deep grace. The story is settling into the stones of the inn, and the sound of the rain outside is a soft lullaby that protects the memories of the friar as he speaks to us. You're resting your head against the cool limestone wall, and the feeling of the road is settling into your bones, as if you were walking beside him in the fresh spring air. The fire is a constant companion, and the light of the embers is a guide that leads us through the darkness of the evening toward the peace of the coming night. Brother Thomas finishes his story, and he leans back into the shadows while the room remains quiet. And the only sound is the steady rain and the breathing of the travelers. Let's stay here in the circle of the firelight and listen as the world outside continues its restless dance, while we remain safe and warm in the hearthside at Stowe. Brother Thomas adjusts his wool robe and looks into the embers, while he remembers the long, winding road through the Kentish countryside, where the hills roll gently toward the distant sea. The road is a living thing that pulls people together and creates a shared world where the high and the low walk side by side through the changing seasons. You're listening as his voice remains steady and low, while the storm outside rattles the shutters, and the fire continues to cast its warm glow across the limestone walls. He speaks of the deep forests of the Weald, where the trees grow thick, and the shadows hide those who wait for travelers to pass through the narrow, winding tracks. There were times when the rain turned the streams into rushing torrents, and he had to wait for the waters to subside while he sheltered beneath the ancient and reaching oaks. The path through the Kentish orchards was heavy with the scent of ripening apples, and the air was thick with the humming of the bees as they moved through trees. Brother Thomas slept in the hedgerows on the warm nights when the stars were bright, and the land was quiet while the owls called to one another in the distance. On the cold nights, he would find shelter in the guest halls of the monasteries where the stones were cool, and the sound of the chanting rose through the halls. You're feeling the weight of your own journey as you listen to his words, and the warmth of the ale in your hand is a comfort that keeps you grounded. Sometimes, a farmer would come from a small cottage with a loaf of warm bread and offer it to the weary pilgrims who were passing by his fields in the morning. In one village, a woman brought a basin of cool water and washed the dust from his tired feet, and he felt the kindness of her hands as she worked. The road is a place where the social classes mingle, and a knight might walk beside a plowman, while a prioress shares a story with a miller under the sun. They are all moving toward the same destination, and the differences of their lives seem to fade away as they share the rhythm of the walking and the warmth. You're noticing how the firelight catches the silver hair of the friar as he describes the Medway ferryman who has spent 40 years carrying the pilgrims across the deep and quiet. This man has heard 10,000 prayers whispered on the crossing, and the river feels holy to him now because of the many hopes and fears that have been shared there. The water carries the weight of the stories, and the ferryman moves his boat with a steady hand while the prayers of the travelers drift into the mist of the morning. One pilgrim whispered a prayer for a child who was sick, and another asked for the strength to forgive a neighbor, while the ferryman listened to the rising and falling. The ferryman never spoke of what he heard, and he kept the prayers in his heart, and he felt that the river was a vessel that held the human soul. The Medway ferryman was a man of few words, and he spent his days watching the water move past the wooden pilings of the dock while he waited for travelers. You're watching the way the smoke rises from the hearth, and the quiet strength of the ferryman is a reflection of the steady peace that we find in this room. The prayers that the pilgrims whispered were like the soft sounds of the wind in the reeds, and they were lost to the world and were held by the river. He had seen the seasons change for 40 years, and he knew the way the river breathed in the morning, and the way it settled into silence at the end. The knight who had seen the great battles of the world walked with the same humility as the plowman who had only known the fields of his own small village. They shared the same dust and the same rain, and they looked for the same shelter when the sun began to set behind the distant hills of the Kentish lands. The road makes equals of us all, and the simple act of moving toward a goal is a bond that connects the hearts of the strangers who walk together now. You're feeling the truth of this as you look at the faces of the people around the fire, and you know that you are part of a larger and older story. Brother Thomas describes the way the light changed as he approached Canterbury, and the first sight of the great church was a moment that stayed with him for many years. The fording of the streams was a moment of great focus, and the pilgrims would help one another cross the cold and rushing water as it moved over the stones. There was a sense of victory when they reached the other side, and they would stand on the bank to dry their clothes and share a moment of quiet relief. The danger of the thieves in the forest was a constant shadow, and the presence of the others was a shield that kept the fear from taking root in the mind. In the small villages, the people would come to their doors to watch the pilgrims pass, and they would offer a kind word or a cup of cold well water. One woman who was a traveling herbalist like Agnes showed the pilgrims how to use the leaves of the willow to soothe the ache of their tired and swollen feet. You're imagining the smell of the crushed herbs and the feeling of the cool, damp cloth against your skin as you rest by the fire in the hearthside at Stowe. The storm outside begins to soften, and the rhythm of the rain becomes a steady pulse that matches the calm and quiet breathing of the people in the small room. Brother Thomas rests his hands on his knees, and he closes his eyes for a moment as he returns to the memory of the long road and the many people. The story of the journey is a story of the heart, and the road is a place where we find ourselves while we are moving toward a home we have forgotten. The ferryman watched the pilgrims as they stood on the wooden deck, and he saw the way their eyes searched the far bank for a sign of the cathedral spire. He remembered the faces of the young and the old, and he knew the sound of the different dialects as they spoke of their homes and the families they left. The river was wide, and the current was strong during the autumn rains, and the ferryman worked with a patient strength that came from decades of moving across the water. He often thought that the prayers were like the leaves that fell into the stream, and they were carried away to a place where all things were finally made whole. A merchant with fine silk robes might sit on a fallen log and share a piece of cheese with a shepherd while they waited for the rain to stop falling. The common experience of the road strips away the titles and the wealth and leaves only the simple truth of the human heart as it seeks a sense of peace. You're leaning forward to hear the quiet details of the story, and the soft sound of the friar's voice is like a gentle hand that guides you into the past. Brother Thomas speaks of the great tower rising above the walls, while the city of Canterbury appears like a pale crown against the soft gray of the morning sky. The pilgrims gathered in the fields and watched the stone spire reach toward the clouds, as if the earth itself were trying to touch the very edge of heaven. You're sitting very still by the warm hearth as the friar describes the narrow streets where the merchants sell leaden badges, and the air smells of roasting meat. The sound of many voices fills the memory of the town, and the horses move slowly over the cobblestones, while the rain continues to tap against the oiled linen windows. Through the west gate, the crowds flow like a river of wool and linen, and the sellers of relics call out from their stalls under the timber-framed houses. You're imagining the press of the shoulders and the rhythm of the walking, while the bells of the cathedral begin to ring with a deep and resonant bronze song. The great stone nave reaches upward into the shadows, and the light from 1,000 candles flickers against the pillars like a golden sei that never finds a shore. A silence dwells within the high vaults of the ceiling, and the smoke of the incense drifts in long ribbons that catch the sun as it moves across the glass. You're following the slow progress of the pilgrims toward the east, where the shrine of the saint stands in a circle of light, and the gold reflects the flickering flames. Hundreds of votive candles burn in the stillness, and the wax drips slowly onto the stone while the people kneel and offer their quiet prayers to the ancient air. Brother Thomas pauses in his story and reaches into his dark leather pouch to bring out a small bundle wrapped in fine linen, which he holds with great care. The firelight catches the weathered skin of his hands, and he unwraps the cloth to show a small, dark fragment of bone that rests in the center of his palm. You're leaning forward to see the relic, and the friar speaks in a reverent whisper about a woman who had carried a heavy silence for 3 long years. She had traveled from the coast with her head bowed, and her heart full of a sorrow which no one could name, and she knelt at the golden shrine for hours. The woman reached out a trembling hand and touched the cold stone of the reliquary, while the light of the candles danced in her eyes and her breath caught. A name came from her lips like a soft bird taking flight, and she whispered the name of her daughter as if the word were a treasure she had found. The healing may have been in the walking, or the waiting, or the simple act of standing before something beautiful while the world outside continued its busy and loud way. You're watching the way the firelight moves over the small bone, and the friar wraps it once more in the linen before placing it back inside the leather pouch. The storm outside the inn seems to lose its strength, and the thunder rolls in the distance like a fading memory of a giant walking over the green hills. Marjorie moves quietly among the travelers and pours the malty ale into the wooden cups, while the steam from the wet wool rises and vanishes into the smoke. The smell of the herbs that Agnes carries in her basket mingles with the scent of the wood smoke, and the evening feels as if it has reached a state of rest. The story of the cathedral and the shrine stays in the room, and the stone walls of the inn seem to hold the echoes of the distant city and the bells. You're feeling the warmth of the ale and the comfort of the fire, while the shadows on the floor grow longer, and the light of the candles becomes more precious. Brother Thomas leans back in his seat, and his face is peaceful as if the telling of the story has lightened his own heart on this rainy autumn night. The path to Canterbury is long, and the stones are hard, and the memory of the golden shrine remains as a light that guides the traveler through the darkest woods. You're resting your head against the high back of the wooden chair and listening as the rain turns into a soft mist that cloaks the village of Stowe. The world is made of stone and story, and the fire keeps the darkness at bay, while the spirits of the travelers find a common home in the flickering light. Everything is as it should be, and the stories continue to flow as the night deepens, and the heart finds its own way toward a quiet and dreamless sleep. Brother Thomas leans back into the shadows of his wooden bench and lets the final words of his journey settle into the rushes where they rest like fallen leaves. He speaks of the road as a long and living story which begins at the first step and continues through every village and every inn along the way to the shrine. The path to Canterbury exists because thousands of voices keep the memory of the saints alive, and each traveler adds a new line to the ancient song of the road. You're watching the way the firelight catches the silver cross on his chest, and hearing how his voice carries the weight of 100 miles walked in prayer. The central hearth has burned down to a deep and steady orange glow, which pulses with a rhythm as slow and constant as the breath of the sleeping hills. Smoke rises in a straight and slender column toward the louvered vent in the roof, while the scent of burning oak and tallow candles fills the warm and heavy air. The blackened beams above seem to lean in to catch the quiet words of the pilgrims, and the shadows dance against the thick walls of the ancient limestone inn. Everything in this room feels solid and permanent, and the stone has witnessed the arrival of many travelers who have sought a brief sanctuary from the cold and the wind. You're feeling the heavy weight of the oak chair beneath you, and noticing how the warmth of the fire seems to seep into your bones and settle your tired spirit. A low roll of thunder begins far out on the wolds and moves steadily across the fields of stone until it reaches the inn and shakes the ground beneath your feet. The storm is finding its peak now, and the rain is beating a frantic and hollow rhythm against the oiled linen that covers the small windows in the thick stone. A great crack of thunder breaks directly above the roof, and the sound is so loud and so close that the metal tankards on the table shiver and ring. The floor vibrates with the force of the sky, and the shadows on the walls stretch and fade as the lightning flickers through the narrow gaps in the wooden shutters. Agnes, the herbalist, looks up from her bundle of dried mugwort and lavender and watches the window with an expression that is both calm and deeply knowing. She understands the way the wind turns and the way the clouds gather their strength because she has spent her life reading the signs of the earth and the air. To her, the weather is a kind of scripture which tells of the coming seasons, and the stories of the storm are as clear as the ink on a parchment. You're noticing how she remains perfectly still while the thunder rolls, and her presence is as grounding as the heavy Cotswold stone that protects us from the wild night. We gather by the fire when the world outside becomes wild and loud, because the light and the warmth create a circle where the stories can safely live and grow. The hearth is the heart of the inn, and it draws the disparate threads of our lives together until we are no longer strangers, and we become travelers sharing a common dream. And I just think that's a lovely thing to know. Marjorie moves through the dim light with a pitcher of the dark and malty ale which she pours into the empty cups, and the sound is a soft and liquid music. The ale is sweet and thick, and it carries the flavor of the summer barley and the clean water from the deep well that sits beneath the garden. You're lifting the cool clay vessel to your lips and tasting the richness of the land, while the warmth of the hearth continues to wrap around your soul. The fire pops, and a single spark flies upward toward the rafters, where it disappears into the dark and quiet space between the ancient and smoke-stained timbers. Elspeth adds a fresh log to the embers and watches as the flames wrap around the bark and begin to climb with a new and hungry energy that brightens the room. Brother Thomas says that every inn is a station on the great map of the soul, where we stop to rest our feet and feed our spirits with truth. He believes that the road is not made of dirt and stone alone, and is instead of the intentions and the memories of every person who has ever walked toward a distant goal. The stories we tell each other at night are the bread that sustains us for the morning walk, and they provide the strength to face the rain and the wind. You're thinking about the Wolf Fair in Stowe, and the many miles you have traveled to be here, and the faces of the people you have met today. The rain continues to fall in a steady and heavy curtain that separates the inn from the rest of the world, and makes this small room feel entirely complete. The stonemason Hal rests his rough and calloused hands on the table and watches the fire with a focused intensity that suggests he is reading the grain of the flame. He knows the language of the stone and the secret ways that the limestone holds the heat of the sun long after the summer months have faded into autumn. The walls of the inn are 3 feet thick, and they have stood against many hundreds of storms, and they will likely stand for many hundreds more in this valley. You're admiring the craftsmanship of the deep window embrasures, and the way the stone has been shaped to provide a sanctuary for those who seek a quiet rest. The lightning flashes again, and the white light penetrates the gaps in the shutters to reveal the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny and silent stars. Agnes begins to hum a low and wordless tune, which harmonizes with the whistling of the wind and the steady drumming of the rain against the heavy oak door. Her song is a melody of the hills and the hedgerows, and it carries the wisdom of the roots and the leaves that she gathers in the misty mornings. It is a sound that connects the warmth of the room to the wildness of the night and reminds us that we are part of a very large world. Let's go slowly. Everything in the room is shifting and settling into a new and deeper state of being as the storm continues to roar and the fire continues to burn quietly. Willem the merchant adjusts his heavy wool cloak and looks at the friar with a respect that transcends the boundaries of trade and the differences of their distant homes. He understands that a good story is a form of currency that never loses its value, and a shared moment of peace is a treasure beyond any gold. The storm outside is a reminder of the things we cannot control, and the fire inside is a testament to the things we can create when we are together. You're feeling a sense of belonging that is as deep and as ancient as the hills, and the story of the hearthside is becoming a part of you. The rhythm of the rain begins to slow slightly, and the thunder moves a little further away into the distance, where it sounds like the drums of a retreating army. The air in the inn is thick with the scent of wet wool and wood smoke, and the quiet breathing of the travelers who are beginning to succumb to sleep. Agnes reaches into her bag and pulls out a sprig of dried rosemary, which she crushes between her fingers, and the sharp and clean aroma fills the heavy air. She says that the smell of rosemary is for remembrance, and she hopes that we will all remember the stories we have heard tonight on the lonely road. The light from the hearth is fading now, and the shadows are reclaiming the corners of the room as the logs crumble into a heap of white ash. You're closing your eyes for a moment and letting the sounds of the inn wash over you like a cooling wave that carries you toward a very deep sleep. The world is small and safe and warm, and the storm is just a memory of the wind and the rain that once tried to find its way inside. Everything is as it should be, and the stories continue to flow as the night deepens, and the heart finds its own way toward a quiet and dreamless rest. The lightning comes through the narrow gaps in the oak shutters and paints the limestone walls in a brief flash of blue and white while the heavy timber beams glow. You're watching the light dance across the blackened ceiling and feeling the heavy vibration of the thunder as it rolls directly over the roof of the old stone inn. The great hound pressing against the hearthstones lets out a long and low sigh, while the heat from the open fire radiates outward to meet the damp chill of the storm. Agnes leans forward, and her hands are steady as she adjusts the wool shawl around her shoulders and begins to speak of the weather wizards known as the Tempstarii. She tells us how these figures were once seen standing upon the highest hills and waving their arms to pull the heavy clouds together and command the very rain to fall. The church bells would ring out from the steeples of every village, and the sound of the bronze was believed to shatter the dark intentions of the storm devils. You're noticing how the sound of the rain on the roof changes its rhythm and becomes a steady and drumming song that makes the thick walls feel even more secure. Agnes explains that the flowers consecrated on Palm Sunday were often kept in the rafters, and then placed in the fields to protect the precious crops from the summer hail. The air inside the room is thick with the scent of wood smoke and old wool, and the malted sweetness of the ale that rests in the heavy mugs upon the table. You're feeling the weight of the evening as it settles into your bones, and the voice of the herbalist carries a weight of ancient knowledge that feels as solid as stone. Agnes says that the thunder in the autumn is a sign of a good harvest, and we should welcome the noise as it promises a season of plenty and warmth. She describes how the clouds are like great ships sailing through the dark, and how the lightning is merely the spark of the divine while testing the strength of the world. The fire crackles as a log shifts, and the orange sparks rise up toward the louvered vent in the roof, where the smoke meets the falling rain in a gray dance. You're closing your eyes and imagining the great bells of St. Edward ringing out across the hills of Stowe, and their sound moving through the wet and heavy air. Agnes tells us that the storm is a way for the earth to breathe, and for the old spirits to find their way back to the hidden places in the deep woods. The building shudders as another bolt of lightning finds the ground, and the blue light fills the room for a heartbeat before the darkness returns and feels even deeper. You're leaning back into the shadows and feeling the warmth of the fire on your face, while the stories of the weather wizards settle into a hush of mystery and peace. Agnes mentions the charms made of dried vervain and St. John's wort that are tucked into the thatch of the roof to keep the lightning from finding a home inside. She speaks of the great struggle between the angels and the fallen ones, and how the storms are the physical shadow of the battles that take place in the higher realms. You're listening to the rhythm of her speech as it matches the falling rain and the sound of the wind that whistles through the small cracks in the stone walls. The room feels like a tiny island in a vast and watery sea, and the presence of the other wayfarers is a comfort that keeps the darkness of the night away. Agnes reminds us that the thunder in January means bloodshed, and the thunder we hear tonight is the voice of the earth preparing for the coming winter and the rest. You're letting the words sink into your mind, and the image of the golden harvest fields fills your vision as the storm continues to rage and roar outside the door. The herbalist takes a small sip of her ale, and the light of the fire reflects in her eyes as she watches the flickering shadows move across the uneven flagstone floor. The storm seems to reach its peak as the thunder becomes a continuous growl that vibrates in the very center of your chest and makes the heavy candles flicker. You're safe within the circle of the hearth, and the strength of the Cotswolds stone is a shield that has stood for centuries against the wind and the autumn rain. Agnes speaks of the sailors who watch the sky for the signs of the tempestary eye, and how they carry small bags of salt and iron to ward off the sudden gales. The rain on the oiled linen of the window panes creates a soft and whispering sound that blends with the crackle of the fire and the low breathing of the dog. You're drifting on the edge of a very deep and peaceful sleep, while the stories of the weather and the stars continue to flow from the lips of the wise woman. Agnes says that every drop of rain is a blessing for the soil, and that the lightning is the light of the truth as it breaks through the heavy curtains of the world. The darkness of the inn is a velvet blanket that wraps around the group, and the heat from the central hearth is a constant and steady heart that beats for everyone. You're aware of the presence of the others as they sit in the gloom, and the shared silence of the storm creates a bond that needs no words and no explanations. Agnes tells us that the storm will soon move on to the next valley and leave behind a world that is clean and fresh and ready for the morning sun to rise. The thunder is moving away now, and the flashes of lightning through the shutters are becoming less frequent as the center of the storm passes over the high hills. You're sinking deeper into the soft and worn bench and feeling the peace that comes when the danger has passed, and the night is once again quiet and very still. The herbalist folds her hands in her lap and gazes at the dying embers of the fire while the smoke continues to rise in a thin and elegant line toward the roof. Everything is becoming soft and blurred as the weight of the sleep pulls at your eyelids, and the world of the inn fades into a beautiful and golden memory of light. You're part of the history of this place, and the stories of the tempestary eye are now a part of your own journey through the dark and the rain of the autumn night. The storm has left its mark on the air, and the sound of the dripping eaves is the only music that remains as the fire settles into a quiet and steady glow. Agnes whispers a final charm for the peace of the house, and the protection of the travelers and the words are like a gentle touch upon the brow of the world. You're floating in the stillness that follows the great noise, and the darkness is a kind and welcoming friend that leads you toward the dreams of the sleeping earth. The world is small and safe, and the stories have done their work of bringing the hearts of the wayfarers together under the roof of the old and steady inn. You're letting go of the day and the thunder and the light, and finding the path that leads to the center of the quiet and the rest that has been waiting. Agnes reaches for the heavy leather satchel resting against the bench, and the old material creaks softly as she unbuckles the brass fittings with her steady and practiced hands. She draws the bag onto the oak table where the firelight catches the grain of the wood, and begins to lay out small bundles of dried herbs, tied with twine. You're watching the light dance across the dark leather, and seeing how the shadows of her hands move against the limestone walls as she prepares her work for the evening. The first bundle is yarrow, which she explains is for the closing of wounds and the healing of those who have seen the sharp edges of the world in battle. It has a scent that is both dusty and clean like the air after a summer rain, and she lays it carefully on the table where it catches the warmth. A lightness that she shows her tells us that respect for the yarrow small grows in the secret things. And she places of the explains that the meadows and waits for the simplest time, when it is flowers, often need to hold bring the body back to its natural greatest power for. You're breathing the scent of the dried leaves as it rises from the table and fills the small space between the wayfarers with a sense of ancient and quiet protection. The next bundle is meadowsweet, and it brings a sweetness to the room that reminds us of the long days of June and the humming of bees in the high grass. Agnes describes how it cools the fever and eases the heavy ache in the joints of those who have spent their lives working the stone or walking the long roads. She speaks of the plant as a gift from the earth, and we watch as her fingers trace the delicate stems which have been preserved by the careful drying process. The elderflower follows, and it carries the memory of white blossoms against a green hedge, and the promise of strength through the cold and dark months of the coming winter. She uses it to clear the head and warm the chest, and she explains that the elder tree is a guardian of the garden and a friend to the village. You're sitting in the warmth of the hearth and feeling the way the stories of the plants are weaving a blanket of comfort around the hearts of everyone in the inn. Now she brings out the lavender, and the scent is so thick and blue that it seems to settle the very dust in the air and quiet the flickering candles. She glances at us with a knowing smile while she speaks of how lavender brings the gift of sleep to the restless and the weary who find themselves far from home. It is the scent of clean linens and quiet rooms, and we feel the weight of the day lifting as the fragrance moves through the timber beams of the old ceiling. The chamomile flowers are small and white like tiny stars that have fallen into the grass, and Agnes speaks of how they calm the stomach and the mind. She handles them with a lightness that shows her respect for the small things, and she explains that the simplest flowers often hold the greatest power for peace. You're finding the stillness in the naming of each leaf and stem, and the room is becoming a garden of memory where the storm outside cannot reach or disturb. Agnes handles the herbs, and the smells are green and sharp and sweet as they mingle with the scent of the wood smoke and the malty aroma of the ale. she tells us of a village priest she once knew who believed that his duty was to protect his parish from the anger of the heavens during the great storms. Every time the thunder began to roll across the valley, he would climb the narrow stone stairs of the church bell tower while the lightning lit the spire around him. He would stand alone in the high tower and ring the great bell to break the clouds and call for the safety of the houses and the people below. The lightning would strike the iron spire, and the sound of the bell would shake the very stones of the church, and he never felt any fear for himself. He did this for 30 years, and he was never struck because he believed that the work of the heart is a shield that the elements cannot pierce or break. You're listening to the rain tapping against the oiled linen of the shutters and seeing the priest in your mind as he stands in the dark and the light. The story ends with the image of the priest descending the stairs in the quiet after the storm and finding his village safe, and the morning sun rising over the hills. Agnes gathers the herbs back into her satchel, and the room feels as though it has been blessed by the knowledge of the earth and the courage of the spirit. The fire is a steady glow in the center of the room, and the wayfarers are settled in a silence that is deep and comfortable and full of the night. Agnes runs her fingers over the coarse linen of her herb satchel, while the scent of dried yarrow and mint lingers in the warm air around the central hearth. You're sitting quite close to her, and you can see the way the firelight catches the silver threads in her hair as she begins to speak of her mother. She explains that there are no books for the things she knows, because the wisdom lives in the voice of a mother teaching her daughter by the kitchen fire. She speaks of a long chain of women stretching back through the centuries, where each one adds a little more to the story of the plants and the earth. Her mother told her that meadowsweet must be gathered under the full moon, when the dew on the white petals is thick and heavy with the night. There is a belief that the midnight dew has properties which the morning sun washes away, and Agnes still follows this rhythm even when clouds hide the stars. The thunder rolls again, and the sound is deeper and further away, as the heart of the storm moves across the high wolds and toward the hidden valleys. You're watching the light of the fire dance on the limestone walls, and noticing how the shadows seem to soften as the rain loses its sharp, frantic edge. Agnes says that a story told by a fire is like a seed planted in the mind, and it grows into something useful when the winter comes and the world is cold. She believes that the knowledge of the hedgerow is a living thing which breathes through the telling and stays fresh as long as there is someone to listen. You're breathing in the malty scent of the ale and the sharp tang of wood smoke, while the room settles into a deeper and more comfortable state of being. The storm is becoming a background rhythm, and the lightning through the oiled linen of the shutters is now only a pale ghost of the brilliance from before. Agnes describes how her mother would lead her into the meadows at midnight and show her the way the light of the moon makes the plants look silver. They would move through the tall grass in silence and gather the herbs with hands that were careful and steady and full of the memory of those before. You're feeling the warmth of the hearth on your face and the weight of the day falling away as the stories of the women and the plants fill the room. The knowledge thread is strong and unbroken because it is held in the breath of the living and passed along like a flame from one candle to another. Young Hal, the mason, looks up from his cup of ale and watches Agnes with an expression of quiet respect while the embers of the fire settle into the ash. He understands the way a craft is passed from hand to hand, and how the stones of the church carry the memories of the men who shaped them. You're noticing the way the characters in the room are all connected by the fire, and the storm, and the simple act of listening to the old stories. The thunder is a distant drum now, and the lightning is a soft pulse behind the clouds, which makes the world outside feel safe and far away from here. Agnes folds the top of her satchel and leans back against the wooden bench, while the silence of the inn becomes as thick and sweet as the house-brewed ale. The telling is the preservation, and the stories are the walls which keep the memory of the land alive, even when the storms of the world are raging. You're settled into the rush-strewn floor with your back against the stone, and the flickering light of the tallow candles makes everything feel ancient and very still. The room is a sanctuary where the past and the present meet in the glow of the hearth, and the wisdom of the herbs is a comfort to the soul. Hal reaches for a piece of bread, and the movement is slow and deliberate as he prepares to tell a story of the stone and the sky. The energy of the room shifts toward the mason, and the transition is as natural as the receding tide of the storm moving away into the dark night. Hal rests his hands on the rough timber of the table, where the firelight catches the thick calluses across his palms, and the dust of the quarry remains in the creases of his skin. He speaks of the honey-colored limestone, which comes from the hills nearby, and describes how the stone feels cold and heavy as it is first raised from the deep earth. You're sitting close enough to see the way his fingers move across the grain of the wood, as if he is feeling for the hidden seams within a block of unworked rock. The young mason explains that the stone has a memory of its own and must be cut along the natural bed plane where the layers have rested for 1,000 years. He traces the sound of the iron chisel meeting the limestone, while the wooden mallet strikes with a rhythmic thud that echoes through the quiet morning air of the building site. The rain outside begins to soften into a gentle patter against the oiled linen of the windows, and the room feels even more still as the heavy downpour transitions into a mist. Hal takes a sip of his ale, and the movement is slow while the fire continues to burn with a steady orange glow that reflects off the ancient soot on the beams. You're watching the way the shadows of his hands dance against the limestone walls of the inn, and the stones around you seem to hum with the history of their making. The young man tells of the heavy wooden sledges used to move the blocks, and how the men work together with levers and ropes to guide the massive weight across the muddy ground. The tools he carries are simple and honest, like the pointed chisel for rough work, and the flat blade which smooths the surface until the stone feels like cool silk. He uses a blunt finger to trace the shape of a pointed arch on the table, and explains how two separate arcs meet at the top to create a perfect balance. The weight of the roof is pushed outward and downward through the stone, and the geometry allows the walls to remain thin while supporting the heavy timber and lead above. This balance is what keeps the church standing against the wind and the rain while the people gather inside to find a sense of permanence in a world that is changing. You're resting your head back against the high wooden chair and listening to the low resonance of his voice as it blends with the crackle of the hearth fire. Hal speaks of the deep pits where the sun only reaches the bottom at midday, and the air is thick with the scent of damp earth and crushed stone. The men use iron wedges to split the rock from the living hillside, and they listen for the specific ring of the metal, which tells them the stone is sound and whole. The limestone of the Cotswolds is soft when it is first pulled from the ground, and the masons work quickly before the air hardens the surface into a lasting shell. He describes the set square and the plumb line which ensure every block is true, and every wall rises straight toward the heavens with a precision that honors the ancient craft. You're feeling the warmth of the ale in your chest, and the rhythm of his story is like the slow swing of a pendulum that lulls you into a deeper state of rest. The mason explains how the mortar is mixed from lime and sand and water, and how it binds the stones together into a single body that breathes with the seasons. He tells of the mason's marks carved into the hidden faces of the blocks, where each man leaves a signature that will remain unseen for centuries within the heart of the wall. The rain has slowed to a rhythmic dripping from the thatch, and the silence between the drops is a space where the mind can wander through the arches of the church. You're seeing the light of the tallow candles flickering in the draught, and the glow is soft, like the golden skin of the hills when the autumn sun is low. Hal traces the curve of a gargoyle. He is carving and describes the way the water will flow through its mouth and away from the delicate carvings of the windows below. He works with the grain of the stone as if it were wood, and finds the shapes of leaves and vines hidden within the blocks that wait for his iron chisel. The sound of the wind is a distant memory now, and the fire has settled into a bed of glowing coals that pulse with a slow and steady orange heat. You're drifting in the quiet atmosphere of the inn, and the stories of the stone are building a sanctuary of peace around you, while the night continues to deepen outside. The young mason rests his chin in his hand and speaks of the master mason who drew the plans in the sand of the lodge with a long wooden compass. He describes the logic of the circle and the square, and how every measurement is a reflection of the order found in the stars and the turning of the seasons. Hal tells of the high scaffolding where the wind whistles through the gaps, and the men look out over the rooftops of Stowe while the clouds move across the valley. The young man's voice is growing softer now, as he describes the final stone being placed at the peak of the arch, and the sense of completion that follows the work. The stone is a mirror for the earth, and the hands that shape it are part of a long chain of memory that stretches back to the very first hearthside. You're closing your eyes for a moment, and the image of the golden church remains behind your eyelids as a place of light and strength in the middle of the dark. The ale is sweet and malty on your tongue, and the warmth of the room is a heavy blanket that settles over your shoulders while the embers continue to glow. The layers of the earth are like the pages of a book, and the mason learns to read the history of the world in the patterns of the stone he cuts. He describes the different beds of limestone like the cream-colored oolite and the harder layers that are used for the foundations and the heavy pillars of the central nave. The sound of the quarry is a symphony of iron and stone, where the voices of the men are lost in the great silence of the hills and the sky. Hal speaks of the wooden cranes which use a great wheel, and the strength of the men's legs to lift the blocks into the air with a slow rhythm. He describes the smell of the damp wool of the men's tunics, and the taste of the dust on his tongue as he works through the long hours of the day. You're seeing the way his thick fingers trace the invisible lines of the arch on the table, and you're feeling the strength and the precision in every deliberate movement. The mason explains how the center of the arch is supported by a wooden frame called centering, which holds the weight until the final keystone is locked into place. He describes the moment when the wood is removed, and the stone arch stands on its own for the first time as a testament to the power of geometry. You're noticing the way the firelight reflects in the eyes of the other travelers, and the shared silence is a sanctuary of comfort and belonging in the night. The stonemason's story is a bridge between the earth and the sky, and the words are the foundations of a dream that is beginning to take shape. Hal speaks of the gargoyles again, and how they are not just for the rain, and are the guardians who watch over the town of Stowe and the valleys. He describes the carving of the faces, and the way the stone seems to wake up as he finds the eyes and the mouths hidden within the rough blocks. The rain has left a freshness in the air that you can smell even through the thick stone walls, and the world feels renewed and washed by the storm. You're shifting your weight, and the wood of the chair creaks with a familiar sound that is a part of the music of the inn and the evening. The mason tells of the master mason's lodge, where the secrets of the craft are kept in drawings, and the wisdom of the elders is shared by the fire. He describes the feeling of the set square as it rests against the stone, and the assurance that the work is honest and will stand for many years. The plumb line hangs straight and steady in the quiet air, and the lead weight at the end is a symbol of the truth that guides the builder. You're watching the way the candlelight plays across the surface of your ale, and the amber liquid is a mirror for the fire and the stories in the room. The transition from the storm to the stillness is a movement toward a deeper peace, and the words of the stonemason are the stones that build a path. Hal tells of the high vaulted ceiling where the ribs of stone meet in a central boss, and the carvings of flowers and vines are a garden. He describes the way the light changes throughout the day, and how the stone seems to glow with a life of its own as the sun moves. You're feeling the weight of your limbs as they settle into the chair, and the world beyond the inn is a memory that has faded into the night. The sound of the mallet is a memory now, and the stone is a presence that holds you in a state of quiet and unhurried rest. The fire has burned down to a steady red, and the warmth is a constant presence that keeps the dampness of the autumn night away from the central hearth. Hal's voice is a low hum that vibrates in the air, like the sound of the wind moving through the tall grass of the hills when the day ends. You're watching the way the smoke rises toward the vent in the roof, and the movement is slow and swirling as it disappears into the dark rafters. The young man speaks of the peace he finds in the work, and the way the stone teaches him to be patient and to listen to the earth. He describes the sunset over the Cotswolds when the hills turn to gold, and the limestone of the buildings catches the light and glows with an inner warmth. You're drifting closer to the edge of sleep, and the stories of the stone and the church are a soft cushion that supports your head as you let go. The mason rests his head back and his eyes are heavy with the fatigue of a day spent in the quarry, while the room remains a circle of light. The world is a place of balance and proportion, and the geometry of the arch is a reminder that everything has a place and every weight is supported. You're resting in the absolute stillness of the inn, and the silence is a gift that you accept with a grateful heart as the night continues to hold you. The stonemason's words are fading into the background of your thoughts, and the image of the golden limestone is the last thing you see before the dark takes hold. The timber beams above your head are oak, and they were carved by hands that have been dust for a long time, and the wood remains strong and enduring. The soot on the beams is like a layer of velvet, and it catches the flickering light of the hearth until the ceiling seems filled with distant stars. Hal speaks of the masons who built this inn, and how they used the same logic of weight and balance to create a shelter for the weary travelers. You're realizing that you are part of a long history of people who have found peace by this fire, while the storms of the world raged on outside. The mason's story has reached its end, and the silence that follows is a deep and resonant space where the mind can finally settle into a state of rest. The fire is a low pulse of red, and the shadows are long and still as they reach across the floor to touch your heavy woolen cloak. Hal speaks of the seasons in the quarry where the summer heat makes the stone dry and dusty, and the winter frost can crack a block if it is not protected. He describes the straw they use to cover the stone in the cold months, and the way the earth is tucked in for a long sleep until the spring returns. You're feeling the same need for protection and rest, and the thick walls of the inn are the straw that covers you and keeps the cold away. The mason tells of the iron tools that must be kept oiled so they do not rust in the damp air of the hills, and the care he takes with his equipment. He speaks of the first time he held a chisel, and the way his father showed him how to find the grain of the rock by listening to the sound of the strike. The knowledge is a quiet inheritance that is passed from the palm of one hand to the palm of another, without the need for many words or loud voices. You're listening to the quiet inheritance of this story, and the wisdom of the stone is a weight that anchors you to the present moment and the warm fire. The young man describes the way the church tower rises above the trees of Stowe, and how it can be seen from the valleys for many miles in every direction. It is a landmark for the travelers, and a sign of home for the people who live in the hills, and the golden stone is a beacon in the twilight. The rain has left a smell of wet limestone in the air, which is clean and sharp, and reminds you of the deep foundations that hold the world in place. You're noticing the way the firelight dances on the surface of the stones in the hearth, and the minerals in the rock sparkle like hidden jewels in the dark. The mason's hands are finally still on the table, and the silence is a completion of the work and a beginning of the rest that you have been seeking. He traces the movement of the mist as it rolls over the hills, and describes how the stone walls of the fields mark the boundaries of the land in a long grid. These walls are built without mortar, and they stand by the weight of the stone alone, and the skill of the men who know how to fit the pieces together. You're fitting the pieces of your own day together, and the result is a structure of peace that allows you to rest without any worry or any weight. The night is a long and unhurried journey into the heart of the stone, and the warmth of the inn is the light that guides you home. Hal leans back against the rough timber post and tells us about the old master mason who taught him how to read the hidden language of the Cotswold limestone. The master would spend hours just walking around a fresh block of stone while the morning sun moved across the quarry floor and revealed the grain of the rock. He said the stone already held the shape of the finished carving inside its heavy weight, and his only job was to remove what did not belong to that beauty. You're listening to the soft resonance of Hal's voice while the fire continues to burn in the center of the room, and the smoke drifts upward toward the wooden louvers. A single capital for a church column can take weeks of patient work, and the mason must move with a steady hand that never forces the chisel against the grain. The limestone yields to the metal with a soft and rhythmic sound that fills the workshop, while the dust settles on the floor like a fine and pale coating of snow. Hal explains that every man in the guild has a personal mark, which he carves into the face of every stone. He finishes, so the master can count his daily labor. You're watching the way the candlelight catches the small nicks and grooves in the walls of this, in where generations of travelers have left their own invisible marks of passage. The marks remain there for centuries after the mason is gone, and they tell a story of quiet dedication and the pride of a craftsman who knows his work will endure. The builders do not use complex equations to find the curve of an arch, and they simply follow the natural proportions that feel right to the eye and the heart. They encode the mathematics of faith into the very bones of the building, and the stones stand together because they are in harmony with the laws of the world. You're resting your head against the cool stone wall and feeling the solidity of the foundation, while the storm outside continues its long and low rumble across the dark hills. The master mason taught Hal that the secret of a lasting structure is the balance of weight, and the way each stone supports the one above it with absolute patience. We sit together in the golden light of the hearth, and listen as the rain taps against the oiled linen of the shutters with a steady and comforting pace. The patience of the stone is a quality that we can invite into our own minds while the evening deepens and the world outside the inn begins to fade away. You're becoming as still as the limestone blocks that form these thick walls, and the warmth of the fire is a blanket that covers you from head to toe. The mason's marks are often hidden deep within the structure of the church, where only the Creator can see them, and this thought brings a sense of quiet satisfaction. It is enough to know that the work is done well, and the proportions are correct, and the stone will hold its position for many hundreds of years to come. Hal describes the way the limestone glowed in the torchlight of the unfinished nave, and the air was thick with the scent of wet dust and cold iron tools. You're breathing in the scent of the wood smoke and the malty sweetness of the ale, while the story of the stone continues to unfold in the dim and flickering light. The master used to say that every arch is a conversation between two sides that agree to meet in the middle and support the weight of the heavens together. There is a deep and ancient geometry in the way we gather by the fire, and the circles we form are as stable as the windows of the great cathedral. The stone does not rush its own becoming, and it waits through the seasons and the years while the craftsman works with the steady rhythm of a beating heart. You're finding your own steady rhythm in the shadows of the hearthside, and the weight of your body is settling into the comfort of the rush-strewn floor. The story of the mason is a story of faith in the unseen potential of a raw and heavy block of rock that eventually becomes a flowering vine of limestone. The transition from the weight of the world to the lightness of the spirit is as gradual and as certain as the slow work of the mason's chisel. We listen to the rain and the fire and the low resonance of the voices in the room, while the night carries us toward a state of total and unshakable rest. Hal speaks of the mason's mark as a promise made to the future, and a sign that a human hand once touched this piece of the earth with purpose. The master mason knew that the beauty of the carving was already there, and he simply had the patience to wait for the stone to reveal its own inner truth. You're waiting for the sleep to reveal its own inner truth, while the firelight plays across the beams, and the shadows dance in the corners of the great room. The relationship between the stone and the hand is a sacred bond that requires a silence which is deeper than the storm and more enduring than the rain outside. The geometry of the inn is a reflection of the geometry of the soul, where every line and every curve finds its place in the grand design of the evening. The master once carved a stone that looked like a rose, and he said that the limestone remembered the sun from a time before the mountains were even born. You're remembering the sun from your own long day, and the warmth of those memories is merging with the heat of the fire to create a perfect and golden calm. The patience of the building is the patience of the spirit, and we are all masons who are dressing the stones of our own lives with care and with love. The marks we leave are invisible, and they are real, and they are felt in the quality of the peace that we share in this small and sheltered space. The stone is the earth, and the fire is the sun, and the rain is the water that brings life to the world while we remain safe and warm. You're sinking into the earth, and the sun and the water, while the night becomes a vast and silent cathedral where the only sound is the breath of peace. Hal leans forward and traces the patterns carved into the heavy lintel above the hearth, where the limestone has been worn smooth by centuries of heat and smoke. You're watching the way his rough fingers move over the delicate lines of the hexafoils, which are small circles overlapping to create the shape of a flower. The marks are shallow now, and almost hidden by the shadows of the flickering flames and the dark stains of the tallow candles that have burned here. Agnes watches his hand and nods slowly, while she explains that these are the witch marks which have protected the inn and its guests for many generations. She says that the overlapping circles are meant to trap any wandering spirits who might try to enter through the open vent in the roof above us. You're resting in the knowledge that someone cared enough to carve these signs into the stone and ensure that everyone within these walls would remain safe. The person who made these marks is unknown and has been gone for a very long time, and yet their work continues to hold the space together. Hal says that every mason leaves a story in the stone, which is told through the precision of the angles and the depth of the lines they leave. He believes that building is a form of storytelling which moves at the slowest possible speed and carries the memory of a hand across the centuries. The stone is a vessel for the intentions of the maker, and it holds the weight of their care while the world outside changes and the seasons turn. You're feeling the weight of the story in the stone while the fire crackles, and the warmth of the room settles deep into your tired bones. Agnes tells us that the fire in this hearth has never truly gone out, and the embers are always kept glowing beneath the gray ash during the night. The continuity of the flame is a story of its own, and it links every traveler who has ever sat here into a single and long thread of light. Marjorie moves around the room and adds a few more logs to the fire, and the new wood catches quickly and sends a fresh wave of heat. The sound of the rain is steady now, and it lacks the violence of the storm that greeted you when you first arrived at the heavy door. You're listening to the steady rhythm of the rain and watching the way the smoke rises in a straight and silver column toward the roof vent. Hal explains that the church they are building in the town is a story told through the geometry of the windows and the height of the arches. The proportions of the stone are meant to reflect the order of the world and create a space where the mind can find a sense of peace. The witch marks on the fireplace are a smaller and more intimate version of that same desire to bring a sense of safety to the places where we live. You're sinking into the deep warmth of the room, and the soft voices of your companions are like the gentle humming of bees in a summer garden. The shadows on the walls are long and soft, and they move in time with the rising and falling of the fire as the logs settle into the coals. The room is warming into its deepest hour, and the scent of the wood smoke is rich and comforting and carries the essence of the autumn night. Willem leans back in his seat and watches the fire, while the malt sweetness of the ale lingers on his tongue, and the world feels small. The heavy beams above us are dark and solid, and they have held the weight of the thatch for more than 100 years without ever failing. The wood has absorbed the stories of the thousands of wayfarers who have passed through this door and found a temporary home in the warmth. You're part of that story now, and your presence here is an addition to the peace that has been cultivated within these thick and limestone walls. The rain continues to tap against the oiled linen of the shuttered window, and the sound is a reminder of the vast and watery world outside. The stone beneath your feet is cool and solid, and it grounds you in the reality of the present moment while the night moves slowly toward dawn. The witch marks are glowing in the firelight, and they seem to pulse with a quiet and ancient energy that keeps the darkness at a distance. Agnes closes her eyes and breathes in the warm air, and the tension leaves her shoulders while she rests in the safety of the shared circle. Hal rests his hands on his knees, and the calloused skin is a testament to the many stones he has shaped and the many stories he has told. The hearth is the center of our world tonight, and the light it provides is enough to reveal the beauty in the simple and the worn things. Everything is additive, and every word spoken by the fire is a layer of comfort that builds a wall against the cold and the unknown night. You're drifting in the space between the waking world and the soft edges of sleep, while the fire continues to burn and the rain continues to fall. The room is a sanctuary, and the stone is a witness, and the fire is a promise that we are never truly alone in the dark of the world. The deep warmth of the inn is a cloak that wraps around you and protects you from the wind and the rain and the long miles of the journey. You're sinking into the heart of the stone, and the light of the fire, and the rhythm of the rain as the night becomes a silent dream. Marjorie rises from her stool and moves toward the central hearth, while the shadows of her tall frame dance against the smoke-stained limestone walls of the inn. She reaches for 2 seasoned logs of oak, which have been drying near the heat, and places them carefully onto the glowing heart of the embers. You're watching the golden light flicker across the rough surface of the stones as the new wood begins to catch and release its ancient summer heat. The fire breathes a fresh life into the room, and the scent of wood smoke mingles with the smell of the damp earth that drifts through the heavy door. Marjorie settles back into her seat, and her voice is a steady rhythm which matches the falling rain as she speaks of the autumn wool fairs. She describes the morning when 20,000 sheep are driven through the narrow alleys of the town, and the sound of their bleating fills the air. The noise carries for miles across the rolling hills, and the valley stays awake with the energy of the flock as they move toward the market square. You're resting your head against the high back of the wooden bench, while the warmth of the fire moves through your limbs and settles in your chest. Marjorie remembers how the buyers arrive from Italy and Flanders many weeks before the fair begins, and take every room in every inn along the road. These men wear fine robes of silk and wool which show their wealth, and they walk through the stalls with eyes that search for the highest quality. They speak in languages that sound like music in the quiet streets of Stowe, and they bring news of distant cities where the sun shines on marble. The market cross stands in the center of the square, where every bargain is sealed with a handshake and a promise that holds as strong as stone. You're listening to the story of how the wool has built the town and created the houses of limestone, which glow like honey in the evening light. The prosperity of the fleece has raised the tall walls of the church and paved the roads which lead the travelers safely through the wild forest. Marjorie tells of a buyer who came from Florence 5 years ago and stayed in this very room while the autumn winds howled around the chimney. He was a man of great learning and fine taste who had seen the riches of the world and known the softest fabrics of the eastern lands. Marjorie brought him a sample of the local fleece, which had been washed in the stream and combed until it shone like a cloud of silver. The man held the wool in his hands, and he began to weep, because the quality was finer than anything his own country had ever produced. He said that the grass of the Cotswolds must be blessed by the stars to create a fiber that felt like silk and held the light of the sun. You're sinking deeper into the soft shadows of the inn as Marjorie describes the way the wool feels beneath the fingers of the master weavers. The story of the fair is a slow current of sound and light which wraps around the room and makes the storm outside feel like a distant memory. The sheep are sleeping now in the high pastures, and the buyers have returned to their cities, while the stone of the inn remains still and warm. Marjorie watches the flames, and her face is calm as the fire begins to settle into a low glow that paints the room in shades of amber. You're drifting with the movement of the smoke as it rises toward the roof, and the weight of the day dissolves into the silence of the night. The rain is a gentle song that promises a deep rest, and the fire is a constant friend which keeps the darkness at the edge of the world. Everything is whole, and everything is quiet as the story of the wool becomes a dream that carries you toward the morning light of the fair. The warmth of the ale is a lingering sweetness on your tongue, and the comfort of the room is a shield that never falters in the dark. You're breathing with the rhythm of the house, and the stone is a witness to the peace that settles over the hearth as the logs turn to ash. The world is small and safe within these walls, and the rain continues to fall, while the story of Marjorie stays with you in the deep stillness. Marjorie leans back against the blackened timber of the settle, while the firelight plays across the weathered lines of her face, and the storm continues its steady rhythm. She speaks of the Fosse Way, which runs straight as a spear through the rolling hills, and carries the weight of 1,000 years in its deep stone foundations. Her husband used to say that the Romans laid those stones so well that the earth itself forgot how to move, and the road became a permanent part of the valley. You're watching the way her hands move as she describes the legions and the merchants who have walked that same path while the wind sighs through the roof vent. He has been gone these 5 years now, and his voice remains in the stories she tells by the fire, while the embers glow with a soft and steady heat. The road has carried the weight of 1,000,000 sheep, and the dreams of every traveler who has ever sought the warmth of this hearth during the long winter months. Marjorie remembers how he would sit in that very chair and trace the line of the road in the dust on the table while the rain tapped against the shutters. It is a line that connects the sea in the south to the cold waters of the north, and it brings the world to the door of this small and sturdy inn. You're feeling the stillness of the room as she tells of her wedding day at the market cross, where the golden stone was warm beneath the autumn sun. She stood in the same square where the wool is weighed and the sheep are sold, and she promised her life to the man who knew the secrets of the road. The market square is the heart of the town where everything begins and ends, and the stones have seen 1,000 weddings and 1,000 seasons of trade and toil. The sun was low in the sky and the shadows of the church grew long across the grass, while the bells of St. Edward rang out over the quiet hills. She remembers the smell of the damp earth and the sound of the wool factors shouting their prices while she held her husband's hand in the crowded market square. You're resting your head against the stones and listening to the way the history of the house flows through the room like a slow and gentle river in the dark. Marjorie does not know the name of the man who first laid the hearthstone, and she knows the names of the women who have tended the fire for generations. Her mother-in-law passed the heavy iron poker to her and spoke of the woman who had done the same many years before when the world was young and different. The smoke has stained the beams a deep and glossy black, and each layer of soot is a memory of a winter spent in the company of friends and strangers. The fire has never truly gone out in all those years, because someone was always there to add a log or stir the coals as the morning light began to fade. Your breathing with the house and the stone is a witness to the peace that settles over the hearth as the logs turn slowly into soft and silver ash. The lineage of the fire is a thread that connects the past to the present, and it keeps the shadows at bay while the storm rages in the world outside. Marjorie smiles as she watches Elspeth move a stray coal back into the flames, and she sees the future of the inn in the steady hands of the young girl. The hearth is a place of safety where the stories of the road are kept, and the warmth of the fire is a gift that is shared with everyone who enters. The Fosse Way remains as straight as ever, and the stones are still there beneath the mud and the grass, while the travelers find their way to the light. You're floating in the quiet of the inn, and the weight of the day is lifting as the story of the hearth becomes a part of your own peaceful journey. The storm is a distant sound that only serves to make the room feel more secure, and the ancient walls are a shield that will never fail or falter. The malty sweetness of the ale is a memory on your tongue, and the comfort of the fire is a blanket that wraps around you in the deepening still of night. Marjorie closes her eyes for a moment, and the room is filled with the sound of the rain and the soft breathing of the people gathered around the central fire. The world is small and safe, and the light of the hearth is a beacon that has guided many souls home through the wind and the darkness of the Cotswold hills. You're sinking into the softness of the moment, and the story of the road is a lullaby that carries you toward a deep and dreamless sleep in the ancient inn. The Fosse Way is a path of stone that leads through the silence of the night, and the warmth of the hearth is a constant that remains through every passing age. The shadows are long and graceful on the walls, and the firelight is a flicker of gold that dances in the corners of your vision as the world fades away. Everything is as it should be, and the peace of the house is a promise that the morning will come with the same steady light and the same ancient stones. The story continues in the silence, and the hearth remains a place of rest for the weary, and a home for the stories that are told in the heart of the storm. Marjorie leans back against the darkened timber of the settle, and her voice is a low murmur that blends with the rhythmic patter of the rain against the shutters. She speaks of the men who came from the south with their strange silks, and their talk of the great cities where the sun shines hot on the white marble. The firelight plays across her face, and the silver in her hair catches the glow, while she remembers the merchants who stayed here when the leaves were still green. They carried the scent of rare spices, and the texture of their robes was as smooth as the water in a quiet pond during the heat of the midsummer. You're watching the way the shadows move on the limestone walls, and the warmth of the room is a steady weight that holds you in this peaceful moment of rest. The travelers from the south told stories of Florence and Venice, and the names of those cities sound like a melody that drifts through the smoke of the hearth. They spoke of a shadow that has begun to move through the narrow streets of the distant ports, and they shared the news with a quiet and solemn grace. It is a sickness that stays in the crowded places of the world, and Marjorie mentions it, while the flames lick at the dry wood of the central fire. The news is like a report of a storm in a far county, and we listen with a gentle concern that does not break the stillness of our shared shelter. She tells us that the world is wide and the seas are vast, and the trouble in the south feels as distant as the stars in the autumn sky. You're feeling the softness of the wool in your own cloak, and the knowledge of the sickness is a dark thread that is carried inside a much larger story. The room absorbs the words, and the silence that follows is a comfortable blanket that we all share while the rain continues its patient work on the roof. Marjorie believes that an innkeeper must make every stranger feel at home, and she uses her stories to give us a place in the memory of this house. By sharing the history of the hearth and the tales of the wayfarers, she is inviting you to become a part of the long story of the Cotswold stone. You're part of the lineage of the Stowe now, and the fire recognizes your presence as it throws a warm glow over the rush-strewn floor where we all sit. The telling of the story is an act of inclusion, and we are all connected by the light of the fire and the sound of the storm outside the walls. The fire is burning well, and the smoke rises in a straight line toward the louvered vent in the roof, while the shadows dance in a slow and graceful circle. Elspeth moves quietly to add another log to the pile, and the crackle of the wood is a cheerful sound that punctuates the steady rhythm of the rain. The rain is a patient companion that taps at the oiled linen of the windows, and the sound is a reminder of the strength of the limestone around us. You're closing your eyes for a moment, and the peace of the inn is a physical sensation that fills the space between the words and the quiet thoughts. Everything is held in the balance of the evening, and the stories we tell are the anchors that keep us safe in the heart of the autumn storm. Marjorie pours a final measure of the malty ale, and the liquid is a deep amber color that catches the light as it fills the wooden cups. Marjorie remembers the way the Italian men spoke of the white marble of Genoa and the canals of Venice, where the water reflects the gold of the sun. They brought the scent of cloves and cinnamon, and the air in the inn smelled like a garden in a land that has never known the bite of frost. One of the merchants had a ring with a stone as blue as the summer sky, and he told a story of how it was found in a mountain cave. She tells us these things to show that the world is a place of wonder, and the distance of the sickness is just another part of that vastness. You're noticing the way the firelight makes the shadows of the beams look like the ribs of a great ship that is sailing through the dark night. The walls of the inn are thick and strong, and they have stood for 100 years, while the people of the Cotswolds have lived their quiet lives. The wool trade brings the world to these hills, and the stories of the travelers are the threads that connect the village of Stowe to the great ports. Marjorie speaks of the way the stones of the inn were cut from the earth, and how they still hold the warmth of the sun long after the day. The rain has a way of making the world feel small, and the interior of the inn is a universe of its own where the fire is the sun. You're listening to the sound of the wind as it moves through the trees outside, and the noise is a soft rushing that reminds you of the sea. The mention of the sickness is a quiet note in a long song, and we let it drift away like the smoke that rises toward the vent in the roof. We are here in the present moment, and the warmth of the ale and the company of the fire are the only things that truly matter right now. Brother Thomas nods his head in a slow and rhythmic motion, and the light of the hearth reflects in his eyes as he listens to the rain. Agnes, the herbalist, adjusts her satchel of dried plants, and the scent of lavender and thyme fills the air with a clean and earthy perfume in the room. The room is a sanctuary for the weary, and the stories we share are the medicine that heals the spirit after a long and difficult day on the road. You're feeling the weight of the day lifting from your shoulders, and the peace of the hearthside is a calm sea that carries you toward the sleep. The shadow of the distant sickness is set aside for the night, and we focus on the warmth of the fire and the company of those who remain. The hearth remains the center of the world, and the stones are a solid foundation that has seen many seasons of rain and many nights of shared stories. You're resting in the quiet of the house, and the journey to the fair in the morning feels like a task for a version of yourself that is far away. The peace of the hearthside is a gift that we accept with grateful hearts, and the story continues in the soft breathing of the room and the fire. The light of the tallow candles is a soft and flickering presence, and the shadows on the timber beams are as old as the stories of the land. Everything is as it should be, and the peace of the house is a promise that the morning will come with the same steady and ancient light. The story continues in the silence, and the hearth remains a place of rest for the weary and a home for the stories that are told in the storm. The fire has settled into a deep and glowing pulse as the red embers breathe with the slow rhythm of the night, and the room feels heavy with the weight of many stories. The smoke rises in a thin and silver ribbon toward the louvered vent in the roof, while the shadows on the stone walls remain as still as the sleeping hills outside. Your resting against the timber beam and the warmth of the hearth is a steady and invisible hand that holds you in this moment of quiet and ancient peace. The storm has moved into a distant and low rumble, and the rain on the oiled linen of the shutters is a soft and rhythmic sound that tells of the ending day. Elspeth has fallen into a deep and dreamless sleep against her mother's arm as her breathing moves in a slow and even tide that fills the small space with safety. Marjorie watches her daughter with a soft and steady gaze while her hand rests lightly on the girl's shoulder, and the firelight catches the silver threads in her hair. Brother Thomas is nodding with his chin resting on his chest, and his hand remains closed around the small leather pouch that holds the relic from his long journey. His eyes are closed, and the lines on his face are softened by the flickering light as he drifts into the quiet state where the road and the destination are one. Willem pulls his heavy woolen cloak around his shoulders like a thick and protective blanket, and he leans his head back against the cool surface of the limestone wall. The memories of the markets in Bruges and the long roads of France are fading as he settles into the stillness of the Gloucestershire night and the dying fire. Agnes moves with a slow and methodical grace as she packs her dried herbs and linen bundles into the leather satchel and ties the straps with a quiet and final knot. The scent of lavender and dried meadowsweet lingers in the air around her, and she looks at the hearth with a steady and knowing expression that needs no words. The old dog sighs and shifts his weight on the rush-strewn floor, while the straw rustles with a dry and rhythmic sound that signals the beginning of a long sleep. He settles his head on his paws, and his ears twitch once at a distant sound before he enters the deep and silent world where the hunt is a memory of light. You're aware of the silence that has grown between the people in the room, and it feels like a soft and heavy quilt that has been laid over the entire house. The wooden cups on the table are empty, and the malty scent of the ale has become a part of the air, while Marjorie makes no move to pour another single drop. The conversation has finished without a single word being spoken to mark the end, as the silence grows into a thick and comfortable layer that covers the company. Hal the stonemason is staring into the embers with a focused and quiet intensity, as if he is watching the cooling stones find their final place in the structure. The shadows in the corners of the inn are long and motionless, while the flickering light from the tallow candles creates a world of amber and deep velvet blackness. You're watching the way the light touches the edges of the heavy oak table, and the wood seems to absorb the warmth and the history of the house and the storm. The rain has become a gentle and steady presence on the roof, and the sound is like a million tiny hands tapping a message of peace on the thatch and the stone. The world beyond the walls is a vast and dark landscape where the sheep are huddled in the lee of the walls, and the grass is drinking the moisture of the night. Brother Thomas shifts slightly in his seat, and his wooden baits make a soft and clicking sound as they settle into a new and quiet position against his brown robe. He is far away in a place where the prayers are silent, and the only voice is the steady and patient heartbeat of the earth that continues through the centuries. You're feeling the weight of your own limbs as the exhaustion of the journey begins to turn into a soft and pleasant heaviness that anchors you to the stool. The floor is solid beneath your feet, and the rushes are a dry and scented cushion that connects you to the earth and the roots of the ancient Cotswold hills. Willem's breathing has joined the collective rhythm of the room, and he is a part of the circle of quiet as the fire burns down to a single and perfect light. The stories of the wool trade and the distant cities are as thin as the smoke that rises toward the roof, and they are no longer needed in this moment of rest. Agnes has finished her work, and she sits with her hands folded in her lap as she watches the red glow of the embers with a calm and satisfied heart. The knowledge of the plants and the weather is a quiet and steady flame within her, and she knows that the morning will come with its own new and silent power. The house seems to breathe with the people inside, and the stone walls are a strong and ancient shell that protects the life and the dreams within the circle. You're resting in the heart of the home, and the storm has become a memory of sound that serves only to make the silence of the inn feel more complete and deep. The night is long, and the sleep is waiting like a calm and silver sea that stretches out toward the horizon, where the stars are hidden by the gentle clouds. Elspeth moves her hand in her sleep, and her fingers brush against her mother's palm as Marjorie closes her own eyes and leans her head against the timber beam. The family and the strangers are unified by the fire and the storm, and they are all travelers on the same slow and peaceful road toward the light of the morning. The last of the candles is burning low, and the light is a small and steady point of amber that glows in the center of the room like a quiet and guiding star. You're watching the way the shadows move with the dying flame, and the world is becoming smaller and more intimate as the darkness gathers at the edges of the site. Everything is as it should be, and the silence is a gift that we accept with grateful hearts as the story of the hearthside settles into the stones and the beams. The peace of the house is a promise that the morning will come with the same steady and ancient light, and the journey will continue in its own quiet and perfect time. Hal moves with a slow and deliberate grace as he takes the iron slice and begins the nightly ritual of banking the fire for the coming hours of sleep. The gray ash is fine and soft as silk where it is gathered at the edges of the stone hearth, and it falls in silent clouds over the red embers. The iron tool moves with a smooth and silent motion as Hal gathers the fine gray dust from the edges of the hearth to cover the remaining coals. You're watching the way the red light pulses beneath the gray blanket like a slow and steady heartbeat that will continue until the sun rises over the Cotswold hills. The iron slice is dark and heavy in his hand as he guides the last of the glowing wood into the center and makes a small mountain of heat. Willem the merchant watches the movement of the ash with a quiet and thoughtful expression, as if he is counting the steady rhythms of a familiar and ancient trade. The room becomes a little more dim and a little more still as the bright heart of the fire is tucked away beneath the protective layer of the ash. You're feeling the weight of the long journey from Cirencester beginning to dissolve as the fire is banked and the world outside the inn feels very far away. Brother Thomas closes his eyes and moves his lips in a silent prayer of gratitude for the warmth of the fire and the safety of the roof above us. The herbalist Agnes smells the changing air as the smoke settles, and she knows the herbs she gathered will dry well in the lingering and steady heat of the stone. Marjorie leans her head closer to yours, and the soft light of the last flame shows the kindness in her eyes as she speaks in a quiet and steady voice. She says the hearth has been the center of this house for 100 years, and the fire has never been allowed to go completely cold or dark. Her mother told her the embers are a living thread which connects every person who has ever sought shelter from the wind and the rain in this ancient place. The fire we see tonight is the same fire which warmed the wool merchants and the stonemasons of the past, and it will warm the travelers of the future. The stories we have shared tonight are now part of the history of the stone and the timber, and they will remain here long after we have gone. You're listening to the way the rain has softened into a gentle and steady hum, which sounds like a lullaby being sung to the hills and the sleeping sheep. The heavy oak shutters are closed tight against the night, and the only light comes from the small and glowing cracks in the mountain of gray and soft ash. The embers will breathe under their blanket of dust, and they will wait for the morning when the first touch of wood will bring them back to a blaze. The shelter is holding us in a warm and secure embrace while the world turns slowly toward the dawn and the shadows find their resting places in the corners. Everything in the room has settled into a state of quiet and perfect readiness, and the silence is as thick and comfortable as a heavy and soft wool blanket. You're part of the long and peaceful story of the hearthside, and the weight of your head against the timber is a sign that the day is truly done. The banking is finished, and Hal returns to his place by the wall, while the last of the candle smoke rises in a thin ribbon toward the roof. Marjorie gives you a small and knowing nod, which says that the night is ours to keep, and the fire will be there when we open our eyes. The stones are warm, and the wood is solid, and the memory of the storm is only a soft and fading rhythm which makes the inside feel secure. We are safe within the circle of the banked fire and the ancient walls of the inn, which have stood through 1,000 nights of thunder and winter snow. Everything is as it should be, and the peace of the hearth is a gift which we carry into our dreams as the light fades and the dark stays. The journey is at rest, and the story of the day is complete, while the glowing heart of the house continues its slow and steady pulse beneath the gray. You're drifting into the same stillness which has claimed the room, and the embers are a promise of the light, which will return with the morning and the road. The house is breathing with us, and the peace of the hearthside is a deep and ancient well which we drink from as we let the day go completely. The straw pallet beneath you is firm, and it carries the scent of the sun-drenched fields of the summer, which has passed into the memory of the golden stone walls. The heavy wool blanket settles over your shoulders with a weight that feels like a long embrace, and the coarse fibers hold the warmth of the fire close to your skin. You're resting now in the soft glow of the banked fire, where the embers are pulsing with a slow and steady light that matches the rhythm of your own breathing. The light is a deep and dusty orange, which catches the edges of the rushes on the floor and turns the dust in the air into a slow and swirling gold. The rain has lost its sharp and heavy edge, and the sound against the oiled linen of the window is a low murmur which tells you the storm has moved away. You can hear the water dripping from the eaves of the thatch and hitting the flagstones with a rhythmic sound that is steady and patient and very far away now. The thunder is a faint and hollow vibration in the deep ground, which feels like a memory of the mountain rather than a threat from the dark and watery sky above. It is a sound that makes the inside of the inn feel more secure, and the circle of the hearth feel like the only place that matters in the whole world. You're safe within the thickness of the Cotswolds stone, which has stood through 100 years of autumn rain and winter snow, while the fire continues its slow and quiet work. The warmth from the hearth is a physical presence which leans against your side like a gentle companion, and the coolness of the air near the floor is a distant thing. Each breath you take is filled with the scent of the dry rushes and the faint sweetness of the malty ale, which lingers in the corners of the room like a shadow. The room feels like a large and gentle animal, which is breathing around the circle of the hearth, while the ancient walls hold the stillness inside the quiet and dark space. The shadows on the timber beams are long and soft, and they move with the slow flickering of the embers as the logs settle deeper into the soft and gray ash. You're watching the way the light catches the rough surface of the limestone, which seems to shimmer with a pale energy in the deepening silence of the sleeping house. The boundaries of the room are beginning to soften and dissolve into the dark, while the heavy beams above you seem to float in the warm and smoky air of the night. The stone walls seem to breathe with a slow and ancient rhythm, which makes you feel as though the house is watching over you as you drift into the silence. The straw under the linen sheet is a small and solid part of the harvest, which carries the scent of the wind and the sun into the middle of the night. You're sinking into the stillness of the pallet and the wool and the fire while the world outside continues its long and steady descent into the drizzling rain of the autumn. The wet wool of the sheep in the distant fields and the sodden leaves of the trees are parts of a world that is cold and far away from this warm and golden center. The darkness beyond the walls is vast and silent, and it stretches over the hills and the valleys of the Cotswold country, while the fire keeps its steady and glowing heart. You can hear the quiet sound of the other sleepers in the room and the soft rustle of the straw as someone moves in their sleep and then settles back into the dark. The breathing of the room is a collective and peaceful thing, which weaves together the stories of the travelers and the history of the house into a single and quiet thread. You're drifting in the space between the waking world and the dream where the images of the day are fading into the soft and golden light of the banked hearth. The memory of the road and the wool fair and the long journey from Cirencester is a distant and fading rhythm which is being replaced by the stillness of the stone. The fire is a promise of the light which will return with the morning and the journey, and for now, it is only a companion in the deep and quiet hours of the night. Everything is as it should be, and the peace of the hearthside is a deep and ancient well which we drink from as we let the day go completely. The room is contracting to this single point of warmth, and the shadows on the ceiling are the only movement in a world that has become entirely still and quiet. You're part of the house now, and the house is part of the hill, and the hill is part of the dark and ancient earth, which is resting beneath the steady rain. The stone is warm, and the wood is solid, and the memory of the storm is only a soft and fading rhythm, which makes the inside feel secure, and the dark feel kind. And I just think that's a lovely thing to know as the light fades, and the silence grows, and the room becomes a warm and breathing world of its own. Let's go slowly into the deep and quiet dark, where the embers are a glowing heart, and the stone is a steady shield, and the journey is finally at rest. The rain is a song which the earth is singing to itself, and the house is a listener which holds us in its arms until the morning comes again to the hill. You're sinking deeper into the straw, and the wool, while the warmth of the fire becomes a part of your own body, and the silence becomes a part of your soul. The room is a warm animal, and we are safe within its breath, as the night continues its long and steady path toward the dawn and the new light of the day. The fire has settled into a soft and orange glow, where the embers are hidden beneath a layer of gray ash like a secret heart beating slowly in the dark. You're watching the light grow smaller as the room becomes a place of shadows, and the heavy timber beams overhead disappear into the high and smoky ceiling. The heat is a steady presence which stays in the stones and the floor while the air becomes cool, and the smell of the rain fades into the night. The tallow candles have long since guttered and left only the scent of beeswax, and the faint memory of their flame in the deep and quiet room. The breathing of the travelers is a soft and rhythmic sound, which overlaps in the dark like the tide moving slowly over the stones of a distant shore. Marjorie is sleeping near the hearth where the warmth is strongest, and her breath is steady and slow as she rests from the long and busy day. Willem the merchant has found his rest in the corner where the shadows are thick, and his dreams are as quiet as the wool he traveled so far to buy. Brother Thomas is still and silent as the stone walls while his hands are folded over his chest, and his spirit is far away in a place of peace. You're listening to the small sounds of the inn and the way the silence grows deeper as the world outside recedes into the distance and the dark. The young stonemason Hal is dreaming of the arches and the pillars he will build, and his hands are relaxed and open on the rush-strewn floor. Agnes, the herbalist, breathes with a rhythm that is steady and deep, and she carries the scent of dried lavender and meadowsweet into the quiet of the room. The girl Elspeth is a small and curled shape near her mother, and her sleep is as light and easy as the wind moving through the summer grass. The dog is curled near the edge of the ash, and its paws twitch as it chases a rabbit through a field which only exists in the night. A small and muffled sound comes from its throat as it breathes, and the silence of the room gathers around the animal like a soft and heavy blanket. The rain on the stone roof has become a patient and unchanging rhythm, which carries no weight and brings no worry to the people sleeping safely inside. The world outside has receded into a distance which feels like another time, and the storm is only a memory which makes the stillness feel more complete. You're feeling the weight of the blankets and the softness of the straw, while the tension of the journey dissolves into the steady and quiet rhythm of the night. The old timbers of the inn creak softly as the building settles and cools. And the sound is one which has been heard by generations of travelers here. The house is a living thing which holds the warmth of the fire and the stories of the day, and the quiet breathing of everyone who found shelter. The oiled linen of the window shows only a faint and pale gray, which is the only sign that the world still exists beyond the thick stone. There is no lightning and no moonlight to break the dark, and the shadows are so deep that the edges of the room have dissolved into nothingness. The smell of wood smoke and sleeping wool, and the last warmth of the banked fire creates a world which is simple and kind and focused on peace. You're sinking into a place where the words and the stories have faded, and only the feeling of being safe and warm remains in the heart of the inn. The embers are growing dimmer as the ash settles over them, and the orange light is a fading memory which is replaced by the soft and velvet dark. The breathing of the travelers grows deeper and more synchronized as they move together through the long and quiet hours which lead toward the new and distant day. The silence is a physical thing which you can feel on your skin, and it is as warm and comforting as the wool which wraps around your tired body. The warmth which has gathered around you now is the same warmth which has protected every traveler who has ever sat by a fire since the first flame. The inn will be here tomorrow, and the fire will be built up again, and other travelers will come to sit where you are sitting in the dark. And the stories will be different, and the storm will be different, while the warmth will be the same as it has always been in this ancient place. You're resting in the oldest shelter and the simplest comfort, while the night continues its long and steady path toward the dawn and the new light of day. The room is a warm animal, and we are safe within its breath as the embers grow cold, and the silence becomes the only thing that remains here.